Alright. Going to make sure this is live before I go any further here on my desktop version. Just do it on my phone here. Yes, it does appear that this is live for November 23rd, 2025. Newswire, like the initial release of the event and all that kind of stuff, was Thursday, November 20th. I'm doing it a couple days out on Sunday here, though. Basically, I think I already said no. So, hello. It's a Sinister Game Being here with a new stream. And this stream, I'm gonna be going over the event week first week. Whatever, in Grandfather Online, like, kind of insane, but yeah. There is, I think, a first in history for this game actually here, with the 2 times directly on the Diamond Casino Heist. Now, the reason I do think it's the first time, by the way, is that usually the Diamond supplement 4 2 times, kind of, in a sense, for the Casino Heist. So you don't usually have a traditional, like, 2 times like you would for the original Heist and the Doomsday Heists. Because the original Doomsday Heist didn't have, like, special loots that, like, increased the payouts, per se, like the Casino and the Kyle Preco would end up doing. So yeah, Diamond's usually supplement for 2 times. I want to say this is probably the first time that's ever happened in the history of this game, for sure. I would have definitely want to say. And yeah, mansions are pretty much all but confirmed with the, like, coming soon updates being there. Not that it's really surprising. It's been in the game code since Money Fronts first came out, basically, that these missions and stuff would be coming out. But yeah. What should probably be the most expensive properties most likely in the game. Probably even above the yacht levels. Most likely, I would think. With all the hype they're having for mansions there, yeah, like, something like that definitely would make sense then. Which definitely is leading me to believe it would be the first time ever to finale straight up as 2 times money RP or whatever. I put money RP, but if it ends up being, of course, just regular money, I'll change the title though. Or, like, if I said regular money, I mean obviously 2 times money, but without, like, 2 times RP, I mean, or whatever. Whatever. It does say 2 times rewards, which usually is, yeah, money RP. Though. Oh, no. They don't even refer to it as 2 times rewards, so okay, I'll just keep money RP, I think, in the title for sure then. But, yeah. It sounded like, according to Gilly Master, I watched his, like, event video thing very briefly before I started the stream. It sounds like Diamond Heights, yes, yes. It does sound like Diamond Heists are, by the way, like 7 million or something crazy like that. Now, you do have to actually, by the way, do it with 2 people at least. And I do know at one point they made it where you have to give somebody, like, at least a 15% cut at minimum. I think before in the game you used to be able to actually, like, take 100% cut if, like, people were okay with it. Obviously, then they would ready up and stuff, and you could actually do that. But eventually, at some point, they made it where you have to give 15% minimum. So, like, the highest possible take, I think, is 85% if you're doing it with 1 player, and they take the minimum 15%, by the way. So, yeah, the highest you can get with a Diamond Heist is, like, 85% of, like, 7 million-ish, basically. Basically, for those wondering, and by that logic, then. Which at least would be if you even, like, barely several million. No, I don't think it would even be 7 million, so it's probably more like a few $1 million at most per heist you could maybe get. However, though, I don't know if you can get diamonds normally right now. You might have to actually get the Plus subscription to get the diamonds. I'm not 100%. But right now, there's actually guaranteed diamonds as well for the Plus subscription that started like a couple weeks ago or something at this point. So those guaranteed diamonds are obviously 2 times as well with the general Heist finale going on, which equates to that 7 million. Again, probably first time Rockstar history, like Grand Theft Auto Online history. I don't think they've done straight up 2 times on the finale, obviously, before, since usually diamonds supplement for the need of a 2 times event. But naturally, with what seems like would have the most expensive property in the game, you would definitely want 2 times in addition to diamonds at the best. So yeah, I think it's history in the making. First time, straight up 2 times it's happened on the finale. Now it is worth noting, by the way, I think there is a bug in the game with the man trap or something, by the way, where if people play at high frames, there is a chance that the game, like, what's it called exactly? How should I explain it? I think there's like a desync thing or something that can happen if at least one person plays at like high frames or something, so it might be worth playing at like 30 frames. Okay, fidelity mode on consoles. PC enhanced, I don't know if fidelity mode would be locked to 30 frames or whatever per se, but I'm sure there's a way to, yeah, surely sure there's ways to lock frames with the little bit of Rockstar titles and stuff I've played on PC and stuff. So I'm sure there's ways to probably do it on PC as well if you want to lock frames exactly 30 or like lower. Assuming that fixes it or anything. And yeah, every single person in the heist might have to do that, unfortunately. Even like one person ignoring the instructions could still cause a desync, I believe, in the man trap. So in particular with the man trap section, I think that's how that happens. Like when you're done with the man trap, you might be able to go back to whatever you normally do, but yeah. I think there was a video made about that thing from Master stuff, like this update about like money fronts, like during the money fronts update, he made the video about like desync issues in man trap or something. I assume that wasn't fixed for the event. I assume that still goes on. But yeah. So that might be something to worry about. Yeah, first time I believe in Grand Theft Auto Online history to heist itself is 2 times. Since yeah, diamonds very much usually supplement for the need of a 2 times event. Alright, and then apparently, if claim for free, yeah, there is a free Casino Master Penthouse available. There's yes, a free Casino Master Penthouse available. Now, this is just a basic one, obviously, as you'd probably expect without the renovations. Apparently, if you are Plus, you do get select renovations, I believe, for free as well. Interestingly, on the Newswire, it does say for the PC in particular, whatever PC version seems. If I can find it here on the Newswire here, quick here. I'll read the paragraph here. A selection of upgrades included as part of the Party Penthouse package are free for GT Plus members, including adding an extra bedroom, lounge area, bar, and party hub, and spa. And in parentheses, interestingly, it does say a nominal GTA Money $1 fee applies to each upgrade on PC Enhanced. For whatever reason, not sure why they have to do that, but yeah. Modder stuff and all kinds of stuff over there. Maybe why, I don't know. Yeah. It's mostly free for the like extra stuff you can get if you have Plus subscription on PC and Enhanced, I guess. But, yeah. But yeah, Master Penthouse for free is kind of nice. Not the biggest deal though. You get the casino story missions that you can do. If you haven't done casino story missions, by the way, if you do all of them as a host, you do get the Paragon R Armored, I believe, which is a pretty nice armored sports car. I've done a whole video review and guide on alongside the regular Paragon R. Which, yeah, regular Paragon R, when there's an armored version, obviously, yes, it's not really necessarily that great for the regular Paragon R when there is a free armored version for doing those missions. Also gives you access to casino work, which is like free mode missions you can do for some casino chips if you don't want to get casino chips for like the gambling aspects of the game or turning your GTA money into casino chips. Which you might, by the way, only be able to do with regular money, not even shark card money, whatever, if I recall. Probably a legal way to get around some stuff there or something to have made the casino update obviously in the first place. Casino store missions, casino work. Trying to remember anything else you get with it. Quite frankly, if anything much, really. That might mostly be all you get for a Master Penthouse, actually, that you might not be able to get otherwise. I don't know if you need a Master Penthouse, by the way, for the Casino Heist. I'm not 100% sure there, but you do at least need an arcade, obviously, for the Casino Heist, since that's where the heists are hosted from. It does also mention double daily casino chips apparently is going on right now, so I don't know if you get those daily casino chips if you don't have the penthouse. I'm not really sure about that. That might be like the one other thing that you get out of a casino master penthouse, so you don't exactly get the greatest stuff unlocked by getting this free casino master penthouse. I think the free office for sure was probably more useful last time, personally, but I mean, it's still a free property, obviously, so that's very huge. So obviously, I would recommend going for the free casino master penthouse. Plus, there's only one location for it as well, so unlike the office, there's not really like a reason not to go for the free property. Like, if, for example, you didn't want like the certain location of the like office for like last week for some reason for free. So at least here, there's only one location, so you might as well claim a free one anyways if you don't yet have one. So that's definitely a plus side there at least. And then yeah, I don't know if it's only showing up because I didn't get to complete the last mission, but yeah. I was intending on doing the last mission, like after I went over to Gun Van, I think was the last thing I got to do basically on my last stream. But yeah, I was eating or something, my fucking internet went out or something, because my fucking older ass brother fucking reset the internet or some bullshit. Something like that. Because, of course, my internet cannot want to fucking work when I'm away from my console and shit for some reason. Just knew that shit was likely to fucking happen. So literally the first day I actually got to use the extender and shit too, because the basic Wi-Fi I don't tend to get the greatest reception for having a fucking wall next to my fucking room, I think. Yeah. So that might be why this is still popping up here, unless that would pop up anyways, even if I did all free missions, I'm not really sure, but if you want to see my personal gameplay on the first two missions, refer to the last stream. I do have to sadly do the last mission though, and I'll probably do that as soon as I get in the game, since I meant to do a last stream, but of course the goddamn like internet went out or something. Yeah, I think that's all basically the same stuff that was mentioned for last week, so I can basically not have to acknowledge it much further, though. Alright, but yeah, updates, or I mean, coming soon updates. Discover all the latest gameplay updates and content released in GTA Online. Apparently over here. Yeah, coming this December is the update. Apparently, it's going to be titled "A Safe House in the Hills." It seems here. Oh, I kind of chose not to make a video on the newswire, by the way, just because there wasn't too much information. It was really mostly the like trailer analysis, if anything, which was only like a 15, 16-second trailer or something. I think even, which is shorter than usual as well. So for me, anyways, didn't really. God, annoying throat. Come on, hernia shit. Come on. Yes. So, um, but yeah, I think there's only like 15, 16-second trailer or something, like a teaser trailer, basically like a smaller trailer than usual, and there wasn't really that interesting stuff. I feel for the wording in the news wires, so like I kind of chose not to make a video on it. Other like the big YouTubers obviously probably did, but I didn't really feel the need to personally. Kind of like the second GTA 6 delay, like what much more was there say compared to the first time, I feel. In a sense. And yeah, I discussed that, I think, on November 6th, I think, by the way, like 2 weeks ago, basically, or like, not on November 6th, but like whenever I did that, like, event news, like, the event, like, stream thing I do, obviously, during that week, whatever point I did it, basically. But yeah. Coming this summer to Safe House in the Hills, you've already built an empire. Now let pricks luxury real estate erect your palace in GTA Online. It's Safe House in the Hills coming this December. But yeah, obviously Akeda Mansions, of course. Become a Pricks Luxury Black Tier VIP. Now for December 7th. Completing all free new listings missions gets you into the gold tier and will reward you with a $1 million bonus, a $2 million discount on Bricks Luxury's forthcoming mansion properties in the Black Rockstar Varsity Crew Net. It's okay. Definitely sounding like some pretty interesting stuff right there. So yeah, that's the teaser for the next update. I could go into dedicate like newswire for it, but again, like the wording wasn't that interesting on there, and like I could try to analyze like the trailer or something, I guess, but like I feel if anything, it's on like a second or two of like new like cars or anything that might show up, and that's kind of about it. It's the most worth it, aside for just simply analyzing the mansions, but like they'll come out anyways soonish, kind of. So, eh. Like, I don't even think we have to wait like 3 weeks for them, it looks like, even. Yeah, again, for what's new, by the way, for, like, basics to GT Online, whatever I was saying, basically. But here's confirmation, by the way, on the plus thing for the free party penthouse upgrade for that master penthouse. And it's only for this 1 week, obviously, go along with the free property for the general event, which makes sense. It's already like a property thing going on for the subscription sides for that, basically, for like the whole month of it, I believe, with like the half off arcades or whatever for the subscription only, basically. Basically. And again, there's also, again, confirmation of those guaranteed diamonds for all month if you do also, have that subscription. Which you do need the newer versions of the game, by the way, for the subscriptions. If you're on, like, last generation, you're not getting those, like, at all, it looks like. So I don't think the regular event has diamonds, I could be wrong, but kind of willing to bet no, since there's 2 times on the actual finale. Again, I think first time for the history of online. As a reminder, you have 3 vehicles, DNS Paragon S. Actually, pretty good Amani Tech vehicle, so pretty good one again as a reminder. Just go into a little bit more. Yeah, and shark cards. Let's me buy shark cards for some reason. I only got 20-ish million, to be fair. Maybe that's why. And, like, the mansion's coming out and stuff. Yeah, maybe that's why, but... Yeah, I sadly had no time, by the way, for the vehicle, like, cargo, unfortunately, like I was hoping for, especially when the internet bullshit happened. I was kind of, like, uninspired to play and shit for the last day or something, I think. Or just simply didn't have time on, like, Wednesday or whatever to play, like, I thought I would, and... I definitely do have to see if I can play some casino heists or something. Definitely I do need some very good, easy to obtain money. As long as I get competent randoms, I guess. But yeah. Or I can join other people's heists, see what I can get there, I guess, if I don't want to host my own, but yeah. I wonder if there will still be those people who do like the minimum setups and like all that stuff in heists, like impossible to do with randoms. Those will probably still be around, won't they? Won't they? They most probably will be around still there. And I guess that's it. It's just the money front's available. So really, there's nothing useful in here this time. It's basically just the basic stuff for summer 2025 money fronts DLC, like the initial like release and like tips of that and stuff. And etc. It's just plus promotion, pretty much. Like bruh. And then I'm wanting to buy shark cards, of course. My god. My god. Alright, so before we go any further, actually, let me check my stream. Make sure that's going fine. Which, by the way, I was kind of selling a couple more businesses earlier, like late yesterday or like early today or both. I fell asleep, I think, and I was actively in an online session, and suddenly I woke up and I was in the main menu. Also, when I was selling cocaine, it said like save failed and like save successful and stuff, so like I don't know if that has anything to do with the internet, like the new internet changes I've had in like the last week or something, or like what the hell, but yeah. I didn't have like the issue being kicked to main menu at least in this stream last time, so I think I should probably be fine, but if not, then it might unfortunately end up happening. Hopefully not, though. Like, I don't remember getting up at any point, like, going to main menu willingly or anything. anything, so... I don't really know what that would have been about, quite frankly. But again, I'll be doing the third mission to start, since I was supposed to get that done last time, but because of issues last time at the end of the stream, when I was having to eat and all kinds of stuff, since fuck-ass hernia was making me slow as fuck in the stream last time. Hopefully not this time now, then, like, yeah. I didn't have as much time or something as I would have had. Plus, everybody just kept fucking bombarding me all fucking goddamn day at stream or something.
Hey.
Or more than they should have, anyways. So yeah. I was supposed to wear this off-season mission, so I'll still wear this for now. Being my shirtless thing, so I could easily get on like a more recent hat. So I don't have to go through like a whole bunch of hats or go through the clothing store. I was using the oppressor, like, technically I was using the Vigorous X convertible, so I'll get that out again. But yeah, again, when I was selling, like, more biker businesses or whatever, I was back on the, like, oppressor Mark 1. So that's what I use for public transport during biker sales in particular, especially.
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up.
Since obviously MC, like, present has, like, insane, like, spunk means, of course, with the bikes. Or maybe anything really, like, any role really as well for that all.
I'll bring it by.
And yeah, if I have anything else, by the way, to mention for Casino Heist that's worth mentioning, I'll try to mention it, like, in the game, but I didn't want to spend too long on the main menu, per se. Especially when this goddamn mission still has to be done, since the last stream went to shit, basically, and disconnected randomly and stuff. Yeah, right now, my big-ass, fucking annoying-ass brother seems to be asleep and shit, so, like, hopefully no issue with internet disconnection. I would think not. What's this fuck-ass hernia shit be moving out or some shit? I wouldn't think so, really. Apparently, it's not export vehicle here, apparently. Okay, so I'll get that. Maxwell Asbo, I think. Yes. One of only a couple Maxwell vehicles in the game, I think, alongside like, the Vagrant or something, I want to say, if I recall right. And yeah, I mean, go the other way for that. It's a newer thing from 2021 or something. Yeah, 2021 with the tuners update, obviously. Alright, there it is. Docs export. Okay. It's a compact. Wasn't this on discount last time as well? I forget, but yeah. Might not be that good of a compact, sadly, even though it's a pretty niche class. It might have been like out of top 10 or something, or like below average in both metrics, if it in fact was on discount last time I covered it or something. And would have good memory of it or something, not hard. But I kind of forget already if that was on discount last week, but I think it was. I could be wrong though. But it's interesting being one of the only couple Maxwell vehicles in the game, quite frankly. But, like, and again, it's in a niche class, which is interesting, but yeah. There's just better compacts, I believe, in the game, is what I'm basically saying for performance. There's obviously, yeah, just better compacts in the game, like I was trying to say. Yeah, when I was, like, asleep, I probably got 2000. Good sport. Okay. And yeah, I tried video recording like the. Oh yeah, yes. Yeah, I did do an hour like video record when I got up as well, and it was still all on the main menu, so it must have happened like over an hour ago when I checked or something. Unfortunately, when I got up, I don't know what the hell ended up happening. I ended up just falling asleep after like cocaine sale. I was having like save failed messages and shit, basically. But the save was successful, apparently, eventually, so it seems that should have saved Opposito off stream, I mean, of course. I was about to sell my nightclub until that all happened. So my nightclub's not sold yet, I still have to do that off stream. Basically. Okay, so you don't have a quick GPS for this mission icon, for the mission icon thing, apparently. Okay, so... Again, if you want the gameplay of the first two missions from my particular, like, channel, then refer to the last particular stream. But, yeah, I'll do the last mission here, obviously, since I didn't get to do it last time, because internet went out or something. Wow, I was, like, busy downstairs or something. Cause fuck ass hurting to low or some bullshit. Or I can do it like before I was busy or something. New listings, hard deadlines, apparently found one. Better still be 2 times though, because I got fucking robbed the last time. Not be able to do it. Alright, it does seem to be still 2 times my ERP, so good, okay. Yeah, raff though. Obviously, yeah, for contact of the other two. Rule free of property development. A happy workforce is a lazy workforce. The construction guys aren't pulling their weight. Why don't you pay them a visit and give them some motivation? Oh shit. Oh hell yeah, man. We gotta make these mansions before, like, by like December 9th or something. We best be doing this shit. Obviously on hard difficulty. Default radio apparently for this one is iFruit radio. KK. Same weapon unarmed will be fine. Superior armor, I do obviously want. Even though armor gets shred like it's fucking nothing in this game, quite frankly, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Gotta get my delayed gold status thanks to the internet bullshit, for sure. Illusion armor. Okay.
So the guys we hired to do the construction work, they're not doing what we paid them to do. Just because they got mob connections,
Of course they're
maybe
not.
they can sit on their asses. Yeah. Well, that's not how we run things. We take a proactive approach. So I think you should go and, scare them a little. Make sure they know we don't fuck around. Now listen, I threaten the foreman over and over and they don't give a shit, but you're less verbal with these things, and I'm sure they're gonna appreciate that style of negotiation.
Oh shit. Oh, that's right, I wanna fuck them up or some shit. May have to kill one of them or something.
Alright, this is it. Just keep it nice and low-key.
Construction, equipment, firearms,
So when you're messing with them, try to avoid
facility.
big bullets and big explosives. We just want to shake them up. Plus, we'll get more pay if we don't traumatize them so much they run and hand in their notice.
I hope it's not buggy like the first one or something, and it's actually easy to get the, like, payout, like max payout. Because, like, it was so buggy on the first one that it was just like, yeah, nah, I'm not gonna fucking care to restart. Fought a melee, you gotta do and shit, basically.
Find a way to push them in the water.
Okay, those are to push the construction equipment into the ocean. Okay. Some white said those are. Alright. Yes. And obviously red is the stuff you have to like push into the ocean or something, basically. Basically. Well, one time you can use the dozer, which by the way, it's faster to walk than use it. It's faster to run, I think, actually, than to use the dozer. Not sure about walk, obviously, but running is quicker than using a dozer. Running is apparently quicker than using it. Yes, running is quicker than using a dozer. That's why I'm wondering, like, why it's so bad. Okay, I got one in the water already, as this guy managed to throw me out, it seems. That's all he really did. Apparently, okay. I got themselves to blame. Okay. Alright, someone will have to do something with that as well. Yeah, probably better to shove something first than to do that first, I feel. Since the dozer are so slow, probably. Since again, it's literally quicker to run than to be in a dozer. That's how slow the dozer is, for those that don't know. I think Property 132 said it's actually quicker to run than to actually use a dozer. But you have to obviously use a dozer to push these things and stuff, it seems, and things. Alright, in the water we go to that container. Okay, you're hearing that shit through there. Okay, let's go. Damn it. Couldn't do it in one shove, god damn it. In the water, motherfucking is vehicle. Alright, now you go in the water, then not one shove. How?
Alright, keep it up. Okay, have those lazy fucking foremen come in and check you out yet?
Oh, okay, so I don't have to do that one now, or what? It doesn't seem like I do. Okay.
Remember, we need the foreman alive to finish the job. None of these assholes know you won't shoot them, so I'd use that to your advantage.
Or
Get right in the
incapacitating
face.
them. Okay. Well, if I use this, would I be fine?
You cocksucker! Don't do it! Oh, we can work together!
Intimidated, okay. What's this vehicle now? Oh.
You're an asshole! No!
Alright, I can just shove him onto the ground and that intimidates him. Okay. Kinda wanna shocker one of these motherfuckers. See if it works well. I think it would. There you go. Intimidate motherfucker. Intimidated the way I wanted to do it. Let's go. Leave the area. Okay. One level apparently. Cool. Yeah, nah, y'all are just lazy motherfuckers or something. Oh, of course they're calling the cops for their bullshit. Whatever though. Just gonna go here and try to lose them under the highway or something. And then that worked. Cool.
Nice. Now get out of there.
And then what if you leave? Is that already going to be it for the mission? Or
I gotta tell you, Mr. Favor's extremely impressed with what we've done here.
sounds like it somehow? Sounds like it somehow. Okay. Wow, that was actually easy final mission. What the fuck? 20k objective bonus. Okay. 48k. Wow, almost 70k easy mission. Okay. God, if I knew it was that quick, I probably could have actually got it done last stream, but I didn't know it was going to be that quick, actually, since the other two were longer, for sure. Okay, yeah, let me take care of that, sure. So the bonus money goes in the bank, is that right? Because I got 48k and I didn't get the, 20k in the green. It seems to already be in the bank for the 20k though. You have earned an exclusive discount on a future property purchase with Pricks Luxury Real Estate. They will be in contact again soon when properties become available. Okay, the December 9th DLC, okay. AKA the December 9th DLC, that's pretty much all but confirmed thanks to the GTA Plus benefits ending for like Tuesday the 9th or whatever. So obviously that's pretty much all but confirmed to be the DLC date. So that's how it's kind of been figured out. That's kind of how you can figure out the last like couple years of updates, I believe when they actually release beforehand. Yeah, I'll go to Higgins start. Sure. I kind of just wanted like to gauge of where to go, basically. So I didn't want to have that on the whole way when it's a mile away. That would kind of be a little embarrassing, but still. Whatever though. Okay, so you can replay these missions, it seems, with the icon here. Can you replay them also for the menu? That would be cool. That would be cool. But I don't know about that, honestly. Alright, no, you cannot do it for the pause menu. It looks like you have to redo it for the physical coronas each time. It looks like yes, you have to do them for the physical coronas each and every time. Unfortunately, for those missions, though, it was not in like new listings. It was not in like N. It looked like for like the pause menu and like missions or anything. So, but yeah, they're 2 times and they're pretty easy. So like they're pretty nice if you want to make some quick, easy money. That's for sure. That's for sure. Especially the final mission. Especially yeah, that final mission for sure. For sure. First mission was especially a pain for like getting the bonus, and I don't think I got the bonus because like the melee is so busted sometimes. Melee can be so busted sometimes where like you'll just kill the character or something so like knock them out or whatever, intends or something. And then honestly, the second mission was mostly fine as well. Just the driving section, which can kind of be. There's just yes, the driving section though that can like kind of kill you easy. I feel if you're not careful with like your snack usage or something, or just simply careful driving, like ducking and everything. Anyways. But yes. I think I did Savage last time, so Swift Deluxe it is. First time I showed that off pretty much in like a long time, of course. If not for the first time ever on this particular channel, on this particular channel anyways. But yes, so third and final variant, I believe, of the Swift for Grandpa Online in particular, where in Grandpa Online in particular, I believe this is the third and final variant of the Swift, aside for the Classic and the Flying Bravo, sides for yes, Classic and the Flying Bravo, I've already covered those ones, but yeah, Swift Deluxe, as a gold one, has slightly better performance than the other versions since it's gold and kind of is quicker or whatever, for whatever reason, just to be fancy, I guess. Yeah, so sorry, man, my fuck ass bro, I need to keep being a fuck ass bitch right now. No. But again, like the classic and the Flying Bravo are pretty much the same, one and the same. This one's not only gold plated, but it's also better performance as well. In fact, I believe it's actually the best top speed helicopter in the game for story mode in particular. So literally only ones like late 2015 or like 2016 and like past would have a better top speed. I think in the Swift Deluxe, I think for a helicopter, of course. But yes. I think the only better top speed helicopters that come to mind would be both the latest and the Sparrow, I think. I think both the latest and the Sparrow, I think, are the only two helicopters I can think about have better top speed than the Swift Deluxe, so I think. I do want to say Swift Deluxe is only behind the latest and the Sparrow, I want to say nowadays, for top speed, which is pretty good. Which I think makes it like top 3 for top speed for helicopters then, most likely. But yeah, I forgot to mention, by the way, I don't think I mentioned it yet, especially because my hernia and stuff being a bitch. But yeah, coyote, rabbit, and seagull, apparently. Or that was towards board for the day of, the day of Sunday here, apparently. But coyotes you find in like sandy shore, like desert areas, pretty much. So yes, we'll find coyotes and all that kind of stuff like crazy. But yes, we'll find the Coyotes are crazy though, in like the desert sandy shore areas like Pluto Bay, all that kind of stuff. Maybe rabbits. Vinewood like Hills. Vinewood Hills, like the city like kill areas, pretty much for the most part on rabbits. Maybe like Chiliad Mountain State Wilderness, Mount Chiliad as well, possibly. And then seagulls or birds are usually by like water, of course, like the docks. They'll pair up here. Like beach, etc. See, places like the docks, they'll pair up here, beach, etc. Again, as a reminder, since my brain is being a prick. But yeah, into the regular time trial though, it seems here though. Seems regular time trial at least for today of Sunday's Old Barrel Heights. As far as I understand though, it kind of went back to weekly on the regular time trial zone. Fucking ass turning, bro. Come on, back on. Fuck. But as far as I understand, it went back to weekly kind of for regular time trials. So. But at least for Dave Sunday, it's Old Barrel Heights. It explain. San Andreas Mercenaries, I think, was the last updated change in most of the time trials. That was just. So I think initially when San Andreas Mercenaries came out, it did change each day, like the RCP and Dito and the Junk Energy still do. However, I think eventually they got tired. However, yeah, I think eventually got tired of like changing the regular time trial each day. So therefore the regular time trial changes like once a week, I think. But I want to say you still get the daily payout of like 50k a day or something. So you might be able to do the time trial like 7 days a week, but only like 50k a day or something. For your first time until it turns to like 2k on like each attempt after, like on the one particular day or whatever. That's how I predict it works, for sure. I think. To the stars, so I don't know if that's like Galileo Observatory. I think that would be the one place that makes yeah, if it is going to Galileo Observatory, judging off the word stars, then that is in Bondwood Hills. That is a laptop option, so it can be best here. I think. So, for El Burro Heights, I do think using a lap time focused motorcycle, especially, or if not, then like a supercar or a sports car after that would basically be the ideal way to go, basically. Especially motorcycle, like primarily, as long as you don't crash with it, of course, would pretty much be your best option, really. And then going into RCB and Data time trial this time around on Sunday, here it looks to be Rogers, Salvage, and Scrap, which I think is the only like newest one I've done of the 5 like new ones they added with the San Andreas Mercenaries DLC. But yeah, for RC Bandito, as the name does suggest, you only use one vehicle of the RC Bandito. No other remote control vehicle can be used. Only the RC Bandito, not even the Invader's White Tank. I can't like a year later. So for these, it's all about like how you take the turns and corners. So for these, it's all about how you take turns and corners, since you only have the one vehicle you can even use. So for that, I recommend either using Triangle on an Xbox or a key on PC for the respawn mechanic, or you could look up some video guide, and even if you look up a video guide, there's a chance you can still fail it, chance you can still fail it though. So my main recommendation would obviously be just to use the respawn mechanic, keep trying until you learn those, keep trying, yes, until you learn those turns and corners, of course. So if I mentioned everything I want to mention on that. On to the weekly HSW time trial. It's kinda back to the first one. I say kinda because they changed the order a bit. Again, like I explained it last time. I think there was one time where like it was snowing in the game and they pushed the hardest of the time trials, I think early one time because of the snow or something, and they want to have like the hardest one in the snow or something. So yeah, that does mean I'm technically still on the, which yeah, technically means I'm still on the Vigero ZX convertible. Basically. I am basically on the, like, Vigero ZX convertible, I think still, because again, it kind of changed the order, so. I go off of 8 weeks because there's 8 time trials, so if it's not been 8 weeks of Vigero ZX convertible yet, then I'll still be using that. If not, then I'll have to figure out a new vehicle. If not, though, I'll still have to figure out some new vehicle, though. No. The HSW time trial, though. For the HSW subclass, there's even further subclasses, like subclasses that are like Class C, Class B, Class A. Class C is ironically too that start with C, being compacts and coupes. With the only compact HSW currently being the Briosa RA HSW. Roddy Briosa RA HSW, that is, whatever. And after that, you have the Umax Sentinel XS for coupes, as well as the Anisi Euros X32. And yeah, that was for Class C basically, which is the quickest and simplest one to go through for those subclasses in the HSW subclass. Class B, you have like muscle cars, SUVs, sports classics. I'm pretty sure is in there, like the Turismo Classic that's pictured, for example. And off-road was eventually added, I believe, to Class B as well when it got introduced to Dangerous Mercenaries DLC. Again, this is my fucking throat hernia bullshit interrupted though. Yeah, Class B, I believe, is muscle car, SUV, sports classics. Like the one picture with the Turismo Classic there. For the HSW version, of course. Again, off-road, I believe, was eventually added to Class B when it got introduced as a HSW eligible class in the Dangerous Mercenaries DLC with the release of the HSW Monstrosity. Which, yeah, technically Compacts got introduced, I think, in the tribute, by the way, of the initial release of 9th Gen, I believe, as well. Yeah. The latest class for introduction to HSW was, of course, off-road. Though was the Dangerous Mercenaries DLC, though all the other classes pretty much existed in day one or shortly after the tribute. And last but not least, for the subclasses or HSW subclass, you have the main one. You have your arguably main one, which is the Class A, which is going to be your same classes and why I recommended them for the regular time trials, being sports, supers, and motorcycles. So that's why I recommend those classes for the regular time trials, just because they're basically the best like classes in the game in general, being the Class A classes of the HSW subclass, whatever. And not like subclass. For lack of better terminology that I can think of right now, basically. And yeah, I didn't mention particular vehicles, Class B, Class A, by the way, because they both have like 10 plus vehicles at least, I think. That's why just one class is for Class B, Class A. Now for your two newest options, you have the HSW Woodlander, which I believe is the 4th HSW SUV in the game for the latest update currently. Obviously until like December 9th, whatever. Yes. So HSW Woodlander though is 3rd place in lap time, I think, for SUV, and then 2nd place when it comes particularly to HSW. And then yeah, the Woodlander is such a bad lap time in a sense, even the Castigator is actually a better lap time than it. Which is your tier 4 reward for like completing everything for the career progression and $1 bounties, I believe, if you're on the newer platforms, of course. But yeah, that actually has a better lap time than the Woodlander show. About the lap time is the Woodlander kind of. Like, yeah, it's only one thing that's better, I think, for non-HSW, but yeah, that still just shows how not so great that is. And in top speed, it's only the number 2 option, so it wasn't really all that revolutionary for its class when it got added, sadly, for the Woodlander SUV HSW that got added this update. Because it's behind the Izzy Rally HSW as well for top speed in particular. I think it's behind like the Vivid Knight and the Astron, I believe, for lap time, by the way. Or the HSW in particular. Again, aside for the non-HSW Castigator. So not the greatest SUV additions out of for the HSW subclass, whatever. It's alright, obviously, since it's 24 of them after all, it's not as packed as sports, for example. Or, of course, the next class will be going over muscle car with its 5th edition now. In this update, there was a Tampa GT HSW added, which is the worst of all 5 HSW muscle cars for lap time. And ironically, I think also is like the worst overall lap time of all 27 or however many HSW vehicles there are in the game. So it is the worst. So, just for con. Yes, it is, I believe, the worst lap time I think you could even use in HSW time trial as well with this DLC release. And then it is number 1 for its class for top speed, which actually is third best overall, I believe, for top speed when it comes to at least HSW. Only being behind both the Banshee GTS, especially, and the Stinger TT, both of which are sport cars. So yeah, it has the third best top speed for the Tampa GT, so it is a very interesting option to use for top speed, and it's also the number 1 top speed, obviously, for the muscle car class, being the best of the muscle cars for top speed. So Tampa GT is definitely Tampa GT is definitely an interesting option to be using for sure. For a new option. Obviously, in general, though, I would say to obviously though, yes, I would say in general though, I think it's pretty much best to use the HSW Hawkjaw drag if you're going to stick to just one particular vehicle each time you do these time trials, and HSW Hawkjaw drag is king. As long as obviously you don't fall off the motorcycle though. So that's Vice. And yeah, it's the very first of the HSW time trials, so it's pretty much, this one might not really have much of a iconic shortcut, I feel. Again, it's the first one, so it's pretty much meant to be the most straightforward option, so probably not going to want to need to have to even do a shortcut, quite frankly, here, I would say. So you should probably just do the intended GPS route, quite frankly, on this one's, again, the first easiest, basic one to be doing. Basically. And then onto Junk Energy time trial for Day of Sunday. And if I didn't say, for example, RC Bandito, of course, is for just Day of Sunday, but yeah. But yeah, again, HSW was the East Vinewood, the first one. As a reminder, after all the stuff I mentioned, yes, G-Up on there took a bit to show up, even compared to what I'm used to, it seems. So God, is new internet I'm using not as good or something, so I'm not really sure, honestly. Or is it the game just being finicky in particular? I'm not really sure, honestly, there. Thinking more to former, though, honestly, but yeah, whatever. Okay, Mount Gordo though here. Okay. For Junk Energy time for yes, Junk Energy time trial this time around is Mount Gordo. But yeah, honestly, for Day of Sunday though, Mount Gordo, yeah, for the Day of Sunday though, yeah, it's Mount Gordo. But yeah, as long as you don't fall off the bicycle where you need to go, maximizing the curve boost, you probably have no problem doing it. Again, as long as, yes, you do not fall off where you need to go, maximizing the curve boost, you have no problem completing this, I feel. But yeah, and you can only use the inductor bikes, so you have like kind of technically 2 vehicles you could use. The Junk Energy Inductor Specialist, that's one that's provided. It's called Junk Energy after all for time trial. But you could also bring your own regular, like, yellow inductor, I believe, as well, if you wanted to. But, like, they're pretty much the same vehicle, like, the same stats, everything, just different, like, look, like, livery support, all that kind of stuff. Not saying you can modify it, you cannot modify the inductors, I'm pretty sure they just come as they look. But, yes. I'm basically saying you cannot use the 2013 bicycle. It's going to use the ones that came out like almost a decade later, basically. Basically. So you always have the curse boost available with you. Yes, always will have the curse boost available since you cannot use a BMX during a 2013 bicycle. So again, as long as you go in, you need to go maximize on curse boost, don't fall off. Or I mean, as long as you do not fall off, like maximize on the curse boost, you have no problem beating it, quite frankly. And if not, then just simply look up a video guide, and if not, just simply look up some video guide out there, of course. That'd pretty much be the way to go. Go. Last but not least, before going to casino here, you do have the premium race for the week, which is going to be for the Classics class, aka Sports Classics. So if you're playing on a newer platform, you do have the two HSW options available, of course, being the Turismo Classic and the Sterling GT. The Turismo Classic HSW is more for the lap time, while the Sterling GT HSW is more for the top speed, so I think they're 1 and 2. Like, Turismo Classic's first lap time, second place top speed, and then Sterling GT is second place lap time, first place top speed, whatever. So basically the best, like, top 2, like, about top 3, basically, like, of their class, if you're on newer platforms, so I think HSWs are clearly going to be the way to go on the newer platforms then, and then so yeah, that's your S tier basically, and then I think you're pretty much going to be wanting to use the A tier if you're on the older platforms that do not have HSW support. Where I think you're going to want to use stuff like the Uranus low speed, less speed. I think in this update there was the new like cheetah that came out. I think it's one of the better lap time options to be using as well. The Grotti LSCM Cheetah Classic, I think it's what it would be technically called. I'm pretty sure. I think technically, with the kind of confusing name since they kind of changed the namesakes from the last update with the Jester. Even that got the name change in this update. So like I think that's how it's called basically. And then it's not going to be like the regular cheetah below that, is it? I forget. I'll check though right now, just in case. But yeah, it's either going to be regular Turismo Classic, the regular Cheetah Classic, or like the Arden. I think below like those two. I think. Could be wrong though. I'll check right now just to make sure. Okay. I was kind of pretty much right. It's actually all of those, actually, as well for the A tier. So again, like I was saying, you basically do want to use your HSW options from the newer platforms, the Turismo Classic especially, and if not, the Sterling GT. Depends on if it's lap time or top speed. Most race courses, by the way, are lap times. Most likely you'll want to use Turismo Classic, the same vehicle that was on the picture of the HSW time trial, like I said earlier. Or if it's pure straight, then you want to use the Sterling GT instead with the newer platform. So. And then yes, Uranus low speed at the top of the A tier, followed by the LSC and Cheetah Classic. After that, you do have all Turismo Classic, Cheetah Classic, and the Arden for the regular versions of the Turismo Classic. The regular versions of Turismo Classic, Cheetah Classic, and the Arden. Those also, yes, are in A tier. For the 5 vehicles are in A tier. One more time, you're in a slow speed, low speed. Oh, CM Cheetah Classic. Trisma Classic, regular. Cheetah Classic, regular. And then Arden. Those make up your A tier. So I was pretty much correct there, apparently. I just didn't remember if it was like all those or like what in A tier. Mind if I was only like 3 in A tier, but I guess it was like 5 options for A tier sports classics. Alright, so what is lap time and what is top speed for this not familiar? Just for a What is lap time, what is top speed for those not familiar with the game? Lap time is turns and corners in like the city, basically, for the most part. But yeah, most courses in the game will have some kind of lap time. Lap time is pretty much the more important metric, since the spreadsheet is mostly labeled off of lap time for the tiers and stuff from probably one of your TT's vehicle spreadsheets, so naturally, it definitely is pretty much the lap time that matters in most cases over the top speed. There will be those mostly niche circumstances when it comes to racing, particularly at least, where you will want top speed like the highways, airport runways, and then yeah, not for airport runways as well, and then your airstrips, such as the more hidden Tonga Hills one that came out in the last update. Grand Snore Desert, and yeah, Grapeseed. So yeah, naturally you can see in the city map there's not many places for dedicated top speed compared to like a lot of the other parts of the map in the game. Basically, it's basically and this thing can be misleading, I think, since it shows like hot ring races, which tend to be stunt races, I think, but Pre-am races, I think, are only also on city courses, I think, as well, so I do think it usually tends to be lap time focused. That should be it for that, or actually, there's a little more I meant to mention, my bad. Back over here, though, yeah. I did mean to mention a little more after talking lap time top speed. But yeah, how do you know what the race course is going to be if I'm not going over actual race course? Then on bottom right, you have Start Java Square. That would be X on Xbox, where key it is on PC. When you do that, it will take you into the lobby screen. You can also go to the you can also go to the physical Corona to do like right on D-pad or something. If whatever on PC. And then doing those should take you into the lobby screen where you get the name of the race. When you get into the lobby screen, you can also do Square X on Xbox for a key on PC. It shows you the map of the race, I'm pretty sure. You can also show the map of the race when you're choosing a vehicle as well, if you forget for some reason. Probably when you choose a vehicle, so that like you can remember a vehicle based on lap time top speed. It might help having a map for that, obviously. There's something.
About the movie was hilarious.
And yeah, I think that was truly it. I think I mentioned there, though.
Come check out the new vehicle.
Alright, so
on the
here it looks like
podium.
it's going to be
You
the
can
Tinker
win it with
Chester
just a
Classic
spin
for
on
the
the lucky
podium
wheel.
vehicle.
What's wrong, Lauren? Choo-choo. There we go.
But here, yes, it looks like it's the Chester Classic for the podium vehicle, which is in the sports class.
Ready for some real excitement? Bet on the ponies at the Inside Track, the premier horse racing lounge at the Diamond Casino and Resort.
Yes, Chester Classic is in the sports class. When it was meant to come out, the update before the After Hours update, I think it was like 7 Sanders Super Sports Series or something. I think it was in the Sports Classics class. We had a but yeah, the model was really buggy, I think, and like. God, should he fucking throat hernia and shit? Come on. Come on. Yes. So when this was again meant to come out with the update before 7 Sanctuaries like Super Sports Series or whatever update with the long ass name, whatever. It was in the Sports Classics class, and also the model was like really buggy. So community ended up finding that information out for like, the leaks and stuff, and therefore they pretty much chose not to release it. They probably would have released it, I feel, if they didn't, if like the community didn't find out beforehand, I feel, or like maybe it wasn't meant to come out in the update like after all, and like for whatever reason just had in the files in the update before. I don't know, but yeah. Yes. So it was going to be Sports Classics, but got put in Sports instead. Probably would have performed better in Sports Classics, but like probably fits better in Sports or something really though, for all I know. Hence why they would even do that class change in the first place. So I think because that tends not to perform that good, I'll go more into that later though. After I'm done spinning like the wheel and stuff, but yeah, it's not that amazing. It is the same gesture that's pretty much in Grand Theft San Andreas though, which is cool obviously. With the iconic, I believe it's like the Super or something people say it is or something, I forget. I'm not really a car person, though, so I'm not 100% there, but I think that's what it's pretty much supposed to be or something.
Hello.
Maybe, of course, of a certain year, not like a newer one. It might have that same basis for like just RR or something, like a more modern version or something, but yeah. Alright, so yeah, it's 2,000 chips instead of 1,000 because of double chips apparently right now for visitor bonus apparently. So that's cool. Got to 1,607,939 instead of like 1,600,000, like 6,939, which is cool. On the chips. So yeah, I'm seeing my wheel spin here now. I know. Wonder if I'm getting something different now that I go on a second time, because apparently it's predetermined that I can get on there. I got clothing though, bro. I think I got clothing the last time, as I explained the last time. I think it gives you clothing from like 2019 before in like the main clothing store primarily, maybe on rare occasion being something in the casino store, but yeah. If it's not something in the casino store, then like I probably already had it though, because I think I have like all the 2019 before in clothing for the basic clothing items. Not counting outfits. I think outfits are made up to like the Arena War DLC, and so I stopped caring about buying clothing pretty much outright. So yeah, I don't have a lot like newer clothing items past like I think like contract or something I forget. Whenever I was like last grinding heavily for the Cowboy guys, but whatever done. So I don't think I actually got anything out of the clothing really though. And even if I did, I'm probably not likely to wear it anyways. So yeah. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I should also change my appearance proper here. Still showing an orange circle. Is that supposed to be normal? Okay, cool. Whatever. Cocaine, whatever. Guess after my cocaine sale, I believe it obviously says it's successful, like I was kind of saying earlier in the stream or something. Probably just means the rest of the supplies got turned into product or something. I'm gonna check my stream again, I think, just in case. Oh yeah, stream still seems fine. So. Alright, so yeah, sorry about that. I think I was kind of doing something on my phone or something. I didn't check my stream like I said earlier, but yeah. Legend Motorsport, I believe After Hours DLC 2-door should be just a classic though. Pretty sure it's on this website, I'm pretty sure. Yes. Think it's just a classic though. $790,000 here. Guess I might as well verify on the Newswire, make sure that's correct just in case, but it should be. But it should be, of course. Are they even mentioning it this time on Newswire? I don't think they did, actually. Yeah, they didn't put the podium vehicle on the Newswire this time, so I'm pretty definitely sure it's just a classic though, so I will be going over that obviously. So again, it should be in the sports class, I'm pretty sure with the class change it got, like, between, like, the update was meant to come out in versus when it actually did come out in. From sports classics to sports. But yes. So again, like I was kind of saying, because of the class change it had between like the update was meant to be in versus when it actually came out in, it did get put to Sports Classic Sports. And therefore, the sports performance, it is actually in the I tier, which gives it 80th place for lap time, which is, yeah, below average for the class, as well as 61st place top speed again. With HSW into account, at least, that is below average as well for top speed. But like -6, I believe just 6 HSW sport cars, that'd be 55th, and then there's 117 sports cars. Technically, that would bring it to 111. So technically, it might be able to be like barely above average for top speed, but yeah. It is a complete joke for the performance side of things. You want it more for the like retro nostalgicness of it being like returning from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. And like personal preference customization kind of reasons more than anything. Say. Wasn't this also technically put as a drift vehicle, but it's not mentioning anything about drift? Yeah, I think it was technically put into like being a drift vehicle, but it doesn't say anything about that here. But I can check, I guess, at the LS cart meet on that. If it even shows there. It might be something to do with like it turning into sports classics. I think when it turned to a drift vehicle, maybe that's why it doesn't show it for some reason as being drift eligible like other vehicles do. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of a weird vehicle. Like some ways it got handled and stuff for some reason. And yeah, by the way, performance is, by the way, off of roughly 1322's vehicle spreadsheet in case I forgot to mention, by the way, that was both when I went over sports classics earlier for preliminaries for that, and pretty much any vehicle performance I cover for the stream, by the way, like any of these streams I do. Yeah, no, but yes. Now over to the OS cart meet though. I found the gun van. Okay. I guess I can go over that now then. Not really big on going over the gun van, so I might as well just eliminate it earlier on here. The need of having to go over it later, I feel. So unlike Podium and stuff, the gun ban is still mentioned on this particular newswire at least.
Speaks for itself.
Alright, so that's a skip for now, apparently. Which is kind of a spoiler for later, of course.
That one's brand new. Just hit the line.
Alright, so starting off the battle rifle. I actually used this in the stealth mission, actually, the last mission I was able to do before, like, my internet went out, or some listings, or whatever even happened, I forget, like I was kind of saying, but yeah. I think my big brother went out the way to reset it or some bullshit, I'm not sure. Yeah.
You know, that
or Call of Duty or some bullshit. But in that 1 second construction mission I was playing, of course, it was a stealth mission, and therefore I was using the battle rifle. Why was I using battle rifle for a stealth mission when it's usually like one of the worst assault rifles you can use in the game? Well, for those who don't know, apparently this actually does 2 bird, 1 stone headshots in stealth missions. Apparently, yes, this actually will be able to do 2 bird, 1 stone like headshot kills and like stealth missions, similar to like a sniper rifle, which is interesting for an assault rifle. I think it's the only assault rifle that does 2 bird, 1 stone headshots for stealth missions. I think yeah, it's only assault rifle I think that does that even for stealth missions in particular, which is nice.
That kind of rifle?
Also, I do believe this is a gun ban exclusive weapon, by the way, so I don't think you find this in ammunition, so I think you have to get the battle rifle at the gun ban, I think, because it's like a newer weapon in the game, basically. So it is kind of worth it for that, so you can actually buy it and not have to worry about buying it some other time. So there is at least one redeeming factor of this, even though it does have like 20 to 30 rounds, whether it's without extended clip or with the extended clip.
You know, that rifle's a modern classic.
Yes, this only has 20 rounds if you do not have extended clip, and only gets up to 30 with the extended clip even. Which 30 is the usual amount you have without an extended clip even. That's how bad the ammo count is. So yeah, downside is the ammo count, but it is the best stealth assault rifle. It is, yes, the best stealth assault rifle in the game, though, even with the abysmal ammo count that it has. So it is at least the best for stealth missions for an assault rifle.
Me.
At least.
You can trust that rifle. Act now. That price ain't here for long.
Alright, so also skipping the heavy rifle for now. Again, it's basically a spoiler for later, but yeah. Marksman rifle. Has the lock icon because it does have a Mark II upgrade. I'm actually kind of far from a character, so I don't know if I want to show it off actually. But it has a holographic sight on it. With the holographic sight, you're actually able to lock on the characters. And then also you have the Mark II ammo types, obviously like all the other Mark IIs, like metal jacket rounds, like full metal jacket rounds, all kinds of stuff. So you can take off like a forced scope if you have the holographic sight, where you can actually use this like a lock-on weapon, which is cool, which is cool. Precision rifle would end up doing it like worse later on. The precision rifle in the Criminal Enterprises DLC would end up actually doing it worse later on, funnily enough. Since it has no attachments, it can always lock on, regardless how you set up on precision rifle. But
You know
yeah,
the deal.
Marksman rifle Mark II did better with the lock on, like sniper rifle though.
Okay, let's do this. That was only released a little while ago.
So yeah, it's a very good weapon on that one. The MG, not as good as the combat MG, has like half the ammo count. I don't think it has like the thing where you can like shoot completely straight in like first person, like no recoil in first person. That's probably only for the combat MG and like its reskins, like the Unholy Hellbringer and all that stuff. So
Gotta get that
nobody
one
probably
back,
uses
right?
the regular MG compared to the combat MG. Literally nobody uses the regular MG over combat MG unless you're like a lower rank or something. You might not have the best access to the combat MG or something. So honestly, this one mostly just sits in the weapon wheel. I find. So it might be one worth putting in your gun locker if you don't use it that much or something.
Rate of fire? Can't beat it.
If you do have an LMG, by the way, in the gun locker, like at least one, it's like max ammo. Each other like LMG or whatever, like light machine gun gets like 999 ammo basically each time you're in a new lobby. By the way, so it might be worth staying up in the gun locker. Only reason I advocate for ammo glitches, by the way.
Weapons. That's what you want. You're in the right place.
The only reason I advocate for ammo glitches, by the way, is because like the game just randomly takes away your ammo sometimes. So like yeah, it's best to set up stuff like that if you need to. Though I think you can also use the Gusenberg sweeper as well, which I think has like 50 rounds. So like it might still be worth keeping your weapon wheel just in case. Might just be worth keeping the weapon wheel just in case though. Just in case though. And then you have the nightstick. The one thing interesting you might be able to do with the nightstick is you might be able to use it for biker melee, and that's about it basically. But obviously there's tons of other like melee weapons you can also use for biker melee, so it's not the biggest deal. But yeah, it's probably just one you can mess around with for the most part. Like biker melee is the one interesting thing that you can do with it. And then the baseball bat. Actually I'll mention that kind of later, I guess.
Land a blow with that. Good night.
Alright, but yeah, the military rifle apparently is, it's 30% off, but you do need the plus subscription to get the 30% off, otherwise it's just like the basic gun ban discount at like 5% or whatever. Like 5-10%, whatever the basic discount is for gun ban, if, like without plus,
rifle
basically.
speaks for itself.
Yeah, the military
We should
rifle,
probably get out of here soon too.
it is basically the basic version of the L Strickler. Yeah, it's the L Strickler, but it's not the fancy, like, pseudo Mark II version of it, basically. The only redeeming factor of this compared to that is it does have a suppressor. The only redeeming factor, yes, by the way, the military rifle compared to Oathstriker battle is it does have the suppressor though. No. But yes. The thing with Oathstriker is you cannot use it for stealth missions since it does not have a suppressor that you can add to it. It doesn't start with one either, of course, But a military rifle is basically just suppressed, like, normal version of the Oathstriker, which is kind of cool. But it does also only have 45 rounds, which is 15 less, which is not as bad as a battle rifle, of course. Compared to the 60, obviously. It's like it can be fine if you're on the older platforms that does not have the Oathstriker to buy, I suppose, but like really though, you're probably more likely to use something like the service carbine or some like 60 ammo, like assault rifle, over like the 45 ammo on the military rifle, of course. So you'll probably be more likely to use like the service carbine anyways. I would say.
You're in luck. I got a sale on.
Most likely.
Fresh out of the box.
Yes, most likely you'll want to use 60 rounds for an assault rifle, like on the service carbine or something, though, instead of using like a military rifle as your main one, though, I would say.
That's the very latest.
And then you have the contract DLC. Yeah, this was Skywbreaker Heist first release.
That was only released a little while ago.
This one is added in the contract DLC, and it does have the fancy like families liveries, so it was added in the contract DLC and everything. Fun fact, there was also beta assault rifle that was meant for day one of the game, actually 2013 for the heavy rifle, but got cut from day one and got added in the contract DLC finally.
That rifle's a modern classic.
It makes sense for Franklin DLC, It makes sense for Franklin DLC that they would add back the heavy rifle, which was originally going to be was originally going to be a story mode weapon in 2013, but it got cut in the day one of the game. But yeah, finally got brought back to 21 contract, which is cool.
Trust me, you can trust that rifle.
Yeah, this is a general 50% off discount, by the way, so it's half off for everybody. It doesn't matter if you have a subscription or not. It's on every single platform, 50% off. So, yeah, this is kind of the big one to be getting this event. If anything, quite frankly, for a super heavily discounted weapon. Yeah, 60 rounds, so that's above at least the military rifle, of course. And the battle rifle that's also featured at the same time in the gun van there. See, it does have 60 rounds. However, this one does tend to have a lower fire rate than some other ones, I believe, though, unfortunately. Look at just military rifle compared to the heavy rifle. Yeah, it's kind of a noticeable drop. You're kind of exchanging a bit of fire rate for damage, which I don't know, I hear people do not tend to like the heavy rifle the greatest for like combat though, if I recall right, though, if I remember right. I'm not sure if there's something more that I'm not like knowing on top of my head, and I might not be able to be told about the stats, but yeah, I think people don't really tend to like the heavy rifle for some reason, if I remember right, yeah. Again, fire rate's a huge thing with the assault rifles. Look at how much of a jump you get from like that, just service carbine, for example, even bigger of a difference compared to like even just military rifle. The heavy rifle is just even still a noticeable difference, even just looking at the stat. So you most likely want to use service carbine over that, like no matter what platform you're on at this point, but like, I mean, it's fine, obviously. It's 60 rounds. It will be serviceable, of course, for sure. It is definitely very much serviceable, of course. Definitely being a 60 round assault rifle, like your usual typical kind of assault rifle. It's fine for now, obviously. But service carbine is just much better, obviously. For the fire rate and everything.
Hey there.
There we go.
That's new stock. Fresh out of the box. If I were you, I'd snap that up while the deal's on.
And then last but not least, there is a free baseball bat featured right now. So yeah, baseball bat completely free right now. For our Los Santos Drug Wars tier 2, you do have the Fatal Incursion livery on here, which is kind of alright. I'm not the biggest fan of that one though, personally though, but
Alright, find me again soon.
if you have had the Plus subscription in the past, like in certain months, there was also extra livery support you could get for the baseball bat from the Plus subscriptions, so you might have some much better ones if you subscribe to Plus in particular, of course.
Make it quick.
So I think the only gun van exclusive here, I think, is the battle rifle this time
the
around.
very latest.
Yeah, I think battle rifle is the only exclusive one at the gun van right now, I believe. Every other one you can just buy Nation or like the agency or something like that. Alright, then for throwables, you have Pipe Bomb, Proximity Mine, and Sticky Bomb. Pipe Bomb is the throwable in the Biker's DLC that also reappeared from Grand Theft 4's The Lost and Damned Biker's DLC back then. But yes, to explain now. For the series history of the Pipe Bomb, it first appeared in Grand Theft 4 The Lost and Damned DLC, which was a Bikers themed DLC, like a single player one for Grand Theft 4 episodes of Liberty City, whatever. But yeah, it was iconic from that game, so naturally in the Bikers DLC for Grand Theft Online, it naturally returned as well there. But yeah, this one is actually a pretty good explosive throwable to be using as a drive-by throwable. Reason being is you have to sticky bomb. Sticky bombs just blow up in your hand if they get shot, which is not good when the AIs can be pinpoint accurate sometimes. AI actually have a really easy chance of hitting your sticky bomb compared to actual player, I find as well. Yes, an actual player can also shoot your sticky bomb if they know how to do that, of course. That's more of a rarity than the AI shooting your stick bombs in like a drive-by situation. So yeah, especially for like contact missions and stuff, if you need to use like a sticky bomb, and obviously that's not ideal since your stick bombs like can get shot in your hand. Pipe bomb's a good alternative for a case like that, so it is a good throwable for that at least. This apparently does not get shot in your hand like a stick bomb does.
You want to make a bang? That'll do it.
And then Proximity Mine, as the name does suggest, it does blow up in proximity, add in a Fest Prize DLC. Can be used as a very good grief, anti-grief tool, whatever. Especially anti-grief, I find it's very useful for griefers that are dumb and like they're in an unarmored vehicle or something, or like on the ground. Even Mark IIs do that apparently quite frequent, I hear as well, but like, yeah, obviously. Mark IIs are just purely in the air, though. Obviously, you're not going to do anything against those, but yeah. Either way, it's a very good anti-grief explosive tool, which is nice. And then stick bombs, the same. I mean, I kind of already spoke about it, yeah. Not good for drive-by situations against, like, AI and, like, contact missions and all that kind of stuff, since they'll shoot it pretty easily, instantaneously. So do not use it as a drop-by throwable, absolutely not. If you're going against AI enemies, maybe against players you could get away with it, kinda do, but yeah. Otherwise, it is a good utility weapon against, like, armored trucks. These you can blow up whenever you want, so if you put on the doors of like an armored truck, it's pretty much good for that as a utility weapon. Otherwise, you can blow it up whenever you want, which makes it very good regardless, though. So yeah, very good throwable on the stick bomb. And then super heavy armor. Yeah, armor in general. At the gun van,
some of these items go onto the market via unorthodox routes, but then I guess that doesn't.
That is everything to cover. Yes, that is absolutely everything to cover right now for the gun van, for sure. Alright, so going to here to looks to be the Nagasaki Hot Rod Blazer, the Weenie Dynasty, and some online exclusive motorcycle, maybe. Yeah, okay, the Zombie Bobber is up in 2016 onwards, so that's online exclusive for sure. So this one is actually also in story mode for the Hot Rod Blazer. It's a bit of a special vehicle in story mode, I think, where you have to do any of the endings where Trevor survives, I think yes, it's kind of a special vehicle in story mode where it has to be any of the endings where Trevor survives, so it has to be either ending B or C, I believe. To kill Michael or the Death Wish, I think gets you this in story mode, I believe, for the Hot Rod Blazer. Otherwise, if you do ending A, I believe you do not obtain this vehicle, unfortunately though. $2,000 for continuing behavior. Okay. Cool. I mean, $22,736,815. Okay. But yeah, seriously, that's okay. Yeah, Weenie Dynasty is a sports classic, I want to say, that might have been added in like Star and Xander's Super Sports series, like that long DLC name in like early, like spring 2018 or something, I think. And then yeah, the Zombie Bobber got added in, and then Bikers DLC, of course, I believe, obviously 100%, which is October 2016, I believe. Basically. So I assume all these are vaulted vehicles, aka they will not be on the websites right now, and therefore you have to buy them at the dealership, basically. But yes, I think all these are vaulted vehicles, therefore you have to buy them on the dealerships, I think. Check my stream again just in case, I think. Yeah, streaming's going fine still. Okay, good. Not surprised, but still. Alright, but yes. All those are in fact removed vehicles for the website, so they are all available in the dealership, apparently. Oh my god, you fuck ass body though. Come on. So like I said, the Hot Rod Blazer is technically a special vehicle when it comes to story mode, so what that does mean is you cannot find it on the streets, even though it's a day one vehicle, it's not found on anything. It is a pretty specialty Blazer, so yeah, you don't find it on the streets, you have to buy it on the dealership then, and then since it's now vaulted and it's not on the website anymore, basically. So Sandra's Mercenaries DLC, I think they vaulted like at most like 200 plus vehicles or something. Since then, a bunch of them have been made available again with like lock-on jammers and stuff, kinda. And therefore get brought back on the vehicle websites lately. But yeah, as of 2+ years ago, for the summer 2023 updates, Dangerous Mercenaries onwards, game removed from vehicle website like 2+ years ago. It has appeared on the dealership for the 8th time now. It has appeared on the dealership for the 8th time now, apparently. Same goes for Dynasty, that appears for the 8th time, and then as the last 2+ years ago, Dangerous Mercenaries DLC onwards, with the Zombie Bobber being ported, it appeared for the 7th time now on dealerships, on dealerships. Fuck, that's throat hurting and shit, bro. Come on. Like, fuck. So yeah, 2+ years ago, Dangerous Mercenaries DLC onwards, from summer 2023 onwards, this appeared on dealership 8 times, into Dynasty, and then this one appeared on the dealership for the 7th time now, so this event week in particular, as the dealership appearance for the 7th time now, basically. That's the last 2+ years ago since Dangerous Mercenaries DLC. Yeah, I don't think any of these are that crazy on the performance, if I recall right. Probably. I think for Blazers, it's the Street Blazer and the Blazer Aqua that perform the greatest. I think it's, yeah, Street Blazer and the Blazer Aqua that perform the greatest for the Blazers in particular. This is a sports classic, I believe, and it's also not like top of the class. Obviously, I went over the S and A tiers for sports classics, so it's not there. It's nowhere even close to there, I believe, as well. Because you have a lot of like old school supercars. You have like a lot of old school supercars, basically at the top of sports classics. So it doesn't even compare to those. So that's not going to perform that good for sports classics for sure. And this is a chopper in a class with sports bikes, obviously, for the motorcycles class, so I don't really think this one performs good, of course. And again, this one appeared for a 7th time on dealership, so last episodes goes to you'll see, yes, indeed. Then the prize ride apparently is a Galvanic Baller ST. And that you have to place for top 4 for 2 days in a row, so I do this no later than Wednesday. I would do this no later than Wednesday if you're like pushing it pretty much. Tuesday even, I would say, like no later than Tuesday if you want like 2 full days to do this. Because on Thursday you're gonna have to like only maybe like have like a couple hours. You might have like a lot of hours depending on like where you live, but I think in like Pacific Standard Time, I think it's like 1 to 2ish a.m. I think or something. I'm not too sure what the time changed lately, but yeah. Either way, on that last day, you're kind of pushing it though, like depending on your time zone. So I'd say no later than Tuesday, Wednesday if you're pushing it or going for the prize or challenge. Yeah, top 4 for 2 days in a row is pretty easy, I would say, for the most part. Yeah, it's the Baller ST, which was what in the contract, I think. It was actually a free vehicle before, I think, like in the festive times for 2021. I think it was a festive vehicle for 2021, so yeah, I think it's a free vehicle for 2021, so yes. I don't mean to go over vehicle yet, by the way, my bad. I wanted to go over the race types first, actually. Alright, but yes. So, pursuit races are 4 players, so you can actually get the top 4 guaranteed if you do like a minimum 4-player pursuit race. If yes, you do the bare minimum of 4 players, I think it's basically a guaranteed entry for the challenge, I think is how it works. So, you want to stick to minimum player count if you can for a pursuit race, but I know it's harder, obviously, because you need at least a couple people to do that. So I know it would at least be a slight tad harder to do that. As a host, possibly even. I mean, you can obviously go out the way for it as a host, but if you're joining like a random person, it's going to be hard to go out the way for that, basically. I would say. And then, yeah, for street race, you may need a street race setup. God, your fuck ass throat hurting and shit. Come on. Fuck. I was gonna say you might need 4 players on a street race, but no, I think actually, if you have less than 4 players and you need top 4, it might be guaranteed entry for the challenge, I believe, if you do a street race. So as long as it's 2, 3, and 4 players, of course. So yes. For street race, you probably want to either 2 players, 3 players, or 4 players. Once you get like 5 or more, then it's not guaranteed entry anymore, I believe. So naturally, street race is pretty much the way to go, of course. Of course. Of course, let's score. And then as for drag and drift races, I don't have a 100% confident answer since I've never, do not have a 100% confident answer since I've never done drag or drift races with other players, but yeah. Drag races would be basically guaranteed no matter what, which makes me believe that it's not possible to get the prize art challenges through drag or drift races since they came out in 2023 with Chop Shop, which was a couple years after the initial prize art system, so I assume they didn't really account for these in the prize art challenge things or anything for drag or drift races since it came out a couple years later, so therefore they probably put the effort, put them into like possibilities of being able to get them for the prize art challenges or something, or whatever. So I don't assume you can use drag races or drift races, unfortunately, for that reason, since they came out a couple years after the initial prize art system. Basically. If I mean, it was kind of taking longer than it usually did. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck, though? Yeah, new internet's probably not as good currently, unless they were to change something with like something on that particular one. But whatever. But whatever though. And yeah, I noticed Benny's here, which is pretty cool. Which is pretty cool. Benny is actually over here. That's tight. And yeah, that should be on Legend Motorsport. I think 4-door, obviously, since it's smaller. Those are like SUV. Alright, yeah, Bauer ST is the one from Contract, which, again, I swear they've given this for free during Festive Prize 2021, so it's just another opportunity to get it for free. Another easy way to get it for free as well is if you want it for the prize challenge, you might as well. Was officially made for free without having to do any sort of challenge, though. I think 2021 knows. Just keep that in mind. You're having to put actual work in it this time. But really, street races are pretty easy to do, so you might as well just do a street race or two. You might as well just do like 2 street races to get it, basically. I mean, and just get it easily. If you missed it for some reason, it's free vehicle during the contract DLC with like festive vehicle. I'm gonna check my stream again though, because probably was gonna have an issue showing up again or something. But it seems fine though. I don't know. Yeah, stock vehicle, the stock price of it is $667,500. Now, contract DLC had like trade prices on a Monitech vehicles. I don't think it's a Monitech, so it shouldn't have a trade price, I'm pretty sure. So that will be price for anybody right now. Besides for getting it for free, obviously, for the one thing. And yes, an SUVs class, apparently, so. Nowadays, it is in the middle of the B tier, according to roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet, which apparently gives it a 14th place lap time as well as 17th place top speed, and for SUVs, there is a total of 52 of them, so that's above average for both metrics at least, even though nowadays it is pretty much out of top 10. However, it is actually 10 fixed active for a lap time if you don't have HSW to account for on the older platforms. Also, newer platforms can also disable like HSW on a race, or the race host could also do that as well if they don't want HSW on their courses for some reason. Some reason. So, Bar ST in certain situations on the newer platforms also could technically be 10th place for a lap time, so I think it's still a little bit worth having a Baller ST for that, I guess, even on the newer platforms, but yeah, it is mostly good on the older platforms nowadays for a 10th place on a lap time versus like a 14th place on a lap time. And yeah, it would have been like 9th place without the Woodlander that just came out in this update, I think, but yeah. Woodlander shook that up a little too much maybe for it, in a sense. So it's not single digit placement, unfortunately, for the lap time. Just this update with the Woodlander HSW being a thing now, but yeah. Like, no matter how you slice it, even. But yeah, it's a fine vehicle. It's a fine SUV, I would say. It's definitely found on the older platforms, not so much here, but again, in certain circumstances, you might be able to get used in it in races, even on newer platforms. So, but it's mostly for the older platforms nowadays. Alright, then on to Principe Devastate AE HSW for the premium test ride, apparently. This one is more for top speed than the lap time, which is more niche, again, as I kind of said earlier. For top speed, that's a lot more niche than lap time. I think there's a couple HSW, or no. I mean to say, I think there's a couple non-HSW options that have a better lap time than the Devastate HSW. I do believe so. So yeah, I think there is like a couple like non-HSWs actually do have a better lap time than this technically, but it's not as bad as the it's at least not as bad as the NTMT, which has like 20 of something plays per lap time, which is a complete joke for HSWs. So it's not the worst one for a lap time for a supercar, at least. Only a couple like non-HSWs would be above it for a lap time, but yeah. It is the second place top speed, and top speed is technically speaking the hugest thing about HSW's insane top speeds you can reach of HSW as a whole. So like, it's technically pretty good, even if it's kind of like dethroned by a couple non-HSWs for a lap time. Like, yeah, you're not going to most likely use it over like the weapon sickness or second 2 in racing, most likely. Unless there's like enough straights to warrant doing that, and you also do want good lap time. But when it comes to like pure straights, then you would definitely want to use the NTNT though. But yeah. There's only 4 car HSWs anyways, so like you might as well just get it, I feel, honestly. So honestly. It's not as packed as sports, if it's 6 at least. Yes, at least. And yeah, earlier I was talking about the Chester, not RR, but the classic, I mean, yeah. It didn't even mention that fact on Legendary Motorsport for some reason. I don't know if that's something, again, to do with the weirdness of the classing, where it gets classed as sports classics when you put it as a drift vehicle in particular, but yeah. It is, in fact, in the drift list, like I was saying earlier, so could get it for a drift vehicle. I just want to confirm that since it didn't show up on the website for some reason. That it has the drift upgrade like other vehicles do. Other vehicles do show that way, but not that one for some reason. Which might have to do with the classing issue or something, you know, like I was kind of mentioning basically. Yeah. And yeah, for the HSW Devastate, I'm not going to go on the website to show the Devastate, but yeah, it's very much listed on the website still, and it's on Legendary Motorsport. Every information on here, all information on here, I believe it's correct aside for the Sterling GT, which for some reason, it was vaulted between San Andreas Mercenaries up until Agent Sabotage, but they brought back Agent Sabotage DLC. However, they never updated the listing to show it actually back on the website or something. Because yeah, if you click square on that, it's the only one that doesn't have a website, and there's like that noise when you do it. So that's kind of that is, yes, kind of an oversight. But yeah, Devastate is very much available to purchase still on the website. Like all the HSWs are, as of like Agent Sabotage again, since Stone GT was brought back then. After being vaulted to Mercenaries DLC. Okay, so then it's going to be over to the luxury autos after that. Which, yeah, one vehicle's probably going to be the Revolter. It sounds like that would maybe continue to be on there. It's over at, so I guess open the storyboard again. Okay, and just when I held up on the basically. Stash house. I'm sorry I'm not doing this again, by the way, because I haven't sold all my businesses. I still have the acid lab to sell for sure. So I'm not going to be doing the stash house once again. I didn't really have the time to sell that because like I fell asleep and stuff. Because like, yeah, kind of had a little saving issue. I think during like my cocaine lockup. I don't know, that's something to do with the internet. Internet got legally or like what kind of one, that's unfortunately the case. Yeah. Since the extender used to be like separate from the other Wi-Fi network, for the extender, yes, used to be fucking separate from the like main network or whatever, but for some reason now they all have the same fucking name, so it probably alternates between them being confused or something. So I have to look into that a little bit when I have a chance or something. If I even can much with this not still computer illiterate family or something. It's pretty much female ones ruin the whole fucking house and shit with all the divorce bullshit and all that bullshit. Of course, don't make up for that lack of bullshit, of course. Bitches be selfish as fuck or something. You're retarded and shit. Alright, so here you have the Everon RS, apparently, which I believe is actually an SV's class, right? I believe so. Did it come out just this update or last update? I'm trying to remember. It actually might have came out just this update, I think, as well. I could be wrong though, but yeah. It might be good for SUVs, so it's yeah, like off-roady vehicle turned like sport car, hot ring. It's in luxury for the regular Everin. The regular Everon is technically in the luxury section, I believe, for the Sun Andreas website, so it technically could be good performing, so I'm pretty sure it probably would be. But yeah, if you're not going to have a sport SUV, luxury is probably going to be one of the better performing SUVs, pretty much, so it does have potential, I think, to be a good performing SUV, 100%. No, it's probably not on discounts, I'm probably not going to cover the performance on that, so I'm just making predictions, so take it with a grain of salt, but I do think it's a good SUV if I recall. It's based on a luxury, like, off-road vehicle, so probably is a good SUV, apparently. And then, yeah, the Revolter's still free, so I spoke of it last week, so I don't really need to, but you do get front-mounted machine guns you can put on this vehicle if you take it to the Mobile Operations Center or Arena. Ooh, Tontos, yes, for fun. Yeah, you can get front-mounted machine guns too if you take it to the Mobile Operations Center, if you have the vehicle workshop for it still, which I don't, because I have the personal vehicle storage. Most likely you probably don't if you have personal vehicle storage there as well. You can also be customized in the Avenger, which you don't have anything to worry about in the Avenger. You always have the vehicle workshop for the Avenger, and then the Arena Mechanic. Arena Mechanic, yeah, is also another option for that. That came out like a year later, 2018, after 2017. It's Mobile Operations Center and Avenger. But yes. Yes, indeed, though. If you have the vehicle workshop or whatever for your Mobile Operations Center, you can very much modify it there. But again, if you have personal vehicle storage, you might not have that, though. So then you'd have to go for either the Avenger after that or the Arena Mechanic to put the machine guns on that. But yeah, it's a sedan basically in the sports class, so it doesn't perform good.
You total fucking retard.
But yes, it is. It is apparently, though. No.
No, I will not shut up. This script is like, hello.
Try this goddamn program, you should be.
All we need is like 5 mil or something, and you can like totally write it off and stuff.
But yes.
I'll get my minion to set up lunch.
So again, it is a sedan in like the sports class pretty much, so it doesn't perform good, but it does have front-mounted machine guns you can put on it at least, which is redeeming. So you can use it for something small like a headhunter. God fucking damn it, that shitty ass fucking hurt me, bro. Come on. Fuck. But yes, I was I was saying for a brilliant time now since this turn keeps interrupting or some shit though. But it's like a sedan in the sports class, so it doesn't perform good, but it does have a redeeming factor, at least for the machine gun. So for the MOC Avenger or the Arena Workshop. MOC if you have the proper like bay for Avenger, no matter what, basically as long as you just own the Avenger, and then arena mechanic, like with the weaponized mechanic, basically for your arena workshop, of course. To be more specific there. So you could at least use it for something small, like a headhunter that was like triple money last week, for example. Now it's back to regular money, of course, but yeah. So it's very much something you could do, though. No. But ever not being basically a luxury, like SUV, basically. I very much could see that performing good. By the way, for SUV, though. Right, the one that was actually new there this time. This time. Yeah, again, I think it just came out this update, right? Like, stubborn, maybe legendary. Might be legendary, actually, being kind of luxury, though. Yeah, okay, it just came out this update, yeah. So I assume it's a new good SUV. So that also dethroned the Baller ST a bit as well, basically. There's a couple good SUVs in this update, apparently. Okay, but here you have the Lampadati for Aurora GT. I think this released back in what, like the last Team Standing update, like late 2014 updates. I think it is in story mode, I think, for that reason. It's also retro nostalgic, apparently, returning from Grand Theft Auto 2, I believe. Interestingly, I believe it's a thing. It returned from like 2D universe, apparently. Not being in like a game since GTA 2, I think, when it debuted in like 5 online. Cliffhanger was Cunning Stunts, I think, which is online exclusive. Earlier was like Second Ever Criminals or the Finance Spelling, which I think would be online exclusive for sure. Then Hijack Rustin is definitely online exclusive. I think it was Severance Andreas, like, or no, not Severance Andreas, but Cunning Stunts Special Vehicle Circuit, the one that was in like early 2017, I believe. And OC Innovation, I think, was also actually last in standing, like the Ferrari GT. So these two, I think, are in story mode as well, I believe, for those two. But the other three are definitely online exclusives. I'm pretty 100% on that. So these you could try out in the story first. So that's cool. And also, I think this returned from like Crown Fault 4 to Last and Damned, or base GTA 4, I think one of those two. So it does have some retro nostalgicness as well, but not as old as 4 GT. In the whole series of GTA as a whole, though. I think the other three are original to Grand Theft Auto Online, though. I think the others are original Grand Theft Auto Online, though. Like, first appearance ever, I think, in this series, I think. I'm gonna assume all these are vaulted, by the way, for all 5 of those, by the way. Which means no lock-on jammers, by the way, I forgot to mention. But yeah, if it's vaulted, there's no lock-on jammer for it as well. So obviously it hasn't been on the websites for like a real long time. And that's why they bring the vehicles back and add a lock-on jammers, because that means they don't have them, of course. Whatever beforehand. Beforehand. Check my stream again, make sure it's fine, of course. Yes. Yes, back to remove vehicle states, though. Dodo. Alright, so. Yeah, apparently for GT, yeah, all these do very much seem to be bolted with a bot, as expected. But again, I swear this one appeared in GTA 2, from what I've heard. I haven't actually played the game, but from what I've heard, it does return from GTA 2, so it does have a little bit of retro nostalgicness though, but it's for 2D universe, which not a lot of people necessarily play the game in 2D universe, but still. It is very much retro nostalgic though, regardless, so no. Yeah, it's a sports car, I'm pretty sure, and like a lot of the older sport cars obviously just don't perform good since obviously it has 117 vehicles. It's the most populated class in the whole game, so I don't really think this one's worth it for performance, quite frankly. Cliffhanger is more chopper based, so I don't really see that performing good. And really, it's a sports car. Yeah, 2016, but this one didn't age the greatest, I think, for performance. Rustin, another sports car for sure. This one's like, what, electric-y, like hybrid or something, it seems, so it could be something for acceleration, maybe. I'm not 100% there, but yeah. If that is in fact the case, then it's probably shit for top speed though. And then I don't exactly remember this was good for lap times, so yeah. And then again, another chopper based like motorcycle all the way back in 2014 as well, which means it's pretty dated, so like I'm sure that's probably not performing all that great nowadays. So I don't think any of these are crazy performance ones. Maybe at most like the Cliffhanger I would maybe see being the best. Because there might be like a top speed bug or something with like a wheel thing you could do, kind of similar to the Death Bike, the Gargoyle. It might have that kind of similar kind of top speed bug with the rear wheel, if it's like a thicker wheel or something. I think with like more like rubber to it or something. I'm not sure if it's being there, so don't quote me on that, but I think I remember that being a thing, so take it with a grain of salt, because I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, going to the amount of times they're vaulted. Apparently the 4 GT, or not amount of times they're vaulted, but amount of times appeared on dealerships since being vaulted Dangerous Mercenaries DLC 2+ years ago. 4 GT appeared for the 9th time apparently on a dealership, according to roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet. According to roughly 152's like removed vehicle state spreadsheet that's tied to the performance spreadsheet. Yeah, it appeared for the 9th time on a dealership apparently. Yeah. And then the Cliffhanger apparently appears for the 8th time, just like the Dynasty and the Hot Rod Blazer did over in the Ellis Car Meet. Or Hot Rod Blazer and the Dynasty did in that order, more so, I guess, actually, over in Ellis Car Meet. So it also appeared 8 times like those did for dealerships now as a disappearance. Earlier, apparently appears for the 10th time, which is tied with the next vehicle, actually also 10 times for appearances. And they have the most appearances of any vehicle in the particular event week for dealership appearances. And then Innovation's probably going to be like 8 times most, I'm guessing. Yeah. Innovation was, 8 times for its appearance here now on dealership. So the rarest vehicles on dealership this event, there's actually only one, actually, it's the rarest one for the event, actually, and that's the Zombie Bobber that only appeared 7 times. Every other vehicle appeared at least 8 times or more on dealership, but yeah, Zombie Bobber is the rarest one, only appearing 7 times. As of this event, for the one particular event week, it's the rarest one of the event. Which kind of started appearing for like several times now, but yeah. Obviously these vehicles aren't on the website, so if you want any of these like 8-ish vaulted vehicles, now's the time to kind of get them. Albeit they could maybe get vaulted, like unvaulted. I mean, they could maybe get unvaulted in the upcoming DLC, but who knows which ones, and like if they do that again or something. I assume they would, but because I think there's like something like, what, 80-ish vaulted vehicles in the game right now, so they could do another wave of that in the next update for sure. Very much they could. Yeah. But who really knows which ones? Who really knows which ones they'll do though? That's the thing. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that, by the way. My bad, my bad. Alright, so yeah, I'm over with the dealerships, so now it's going over like my empties discount, so I can stuff still go over basically still for me how I structure these and everything. Alright, so alright, now might be a time to maybe start mentioning anything I can maybe think of for the Damasceno Heist still that might be worth it. So yeah, career progression, there is obviously a whole good section for that. Heist are some of the hugest contents of the game after all, so not surprising you would have some stuff to go for here, of course. But for example, you have Silent Sneaky, that's kind of a pain to do, like, sometimes. Maybe you can get better, like, randoms or something, like, during an event like this, obviously, where they're, like, double and, like, plus members get diamonds and stuff, so, like, you know, it's probably pretty popular right now, so maybe you could have an easier time with Silent Sneaky if you get lucky or something. I just never bothered doing that one. Figured, like, after 2 ways of doing it, like, on my streams and stuff, people would pretty much get just like how the heist works. So I never really bothered with Silent Sneaky, but technically it's better than aggressive and worth running back to back alongside Big Con if you can. I will mention though. Oh yeah, so many packy for the crew members, I'm pretty sure. Interesting it doesn't like show a drop down of that. Maybe they want to keep them surprising kind of or something, I don't know, but whatever. Okay, I did get diamonds. Okay, good. So I don't have to worry about that one, which is nice. Which is nice. Cheating without being spot too, right? Alright. Yeah, very good opportunity for 50 million, of course. Or go do daily vaults. So like, interesting. Feel like it's not that worth doing that, but yeah. But I mean, obviously it's career progression, so it's good to do. Obviously, though. And you get Karate Fury, okay. Right. Of course you do. Of course you do. Knocked a Zob or something more useful. So that is a Jeep Stoner, even a Jeep Stoner W, I guess it's not Heist technically, but still. Yeah, setup missions. You're gonna want like positions that like security cameras, which I think that one you only have to do like one time even, and then I think you have the security cameras on like every subsequent attempt, I believe. Yeah, the Duggan, like the armor of the characters you're probably gonna definitely want in case it goes south or something. I don't know, do you really need to do that one actually if you don't get caught though? It depends. If you're doing it for randoms, you probably definitely want to do the Duggan shipments though for sure, but if you're doing it with like friends or something that are actually competent and stuff, then obviously you might not need to do Duggan shipments. I'm trying to think of anything really. But yeah. I think you want at least one key card available because one hacks is kind of annoying, I believe. So one hacks can be annoying time consuming and stuff, so you definitely want to do at least one key card, I think. For BigCon, you definitely want to do group sex since you pretty much get instant access to that stuff, like to hacking stuff, I think, for group sex. So if you ever do BigCon, you should probably always do the like group sex pretty much if you're not make it as convenient as possible. Aggressive, there's some armor I believe you can get basically through like one of those setups. You're definitely going to want to get that, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. If you're doing aggressive. And yeah, I forget if you need to do like something, get like the guard splits. You might need to do something, get guard splits. That's definitely gonna be pretty worth it to know where they're at, so you don't have to physically see them to know, so you can plan out your stealth and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, you want to consider like your exit disguise. You want to have like the news, for example, or like firefighter. It tends to be some better exit disguises or something. I think. That also might be more for BigCon. I'm not 100% like only or something. Because that probably obviously wouldn't be for aggressive, obviously. Going all guns blazing and everything. And then obviously, if you want the most money, you get the plus subscription, obviously, for the diamonds. But like, yeah. Like, obviously, if you don't want to get plus, or like, if by principle you don't want to get plus, obviously, you did not support the subscription, then obviously you don't do that still. You don't really need to, obviously. But yeah, you do get the most money on the diamonds, which they are giving you guaranteed with the plus subscription. Again, that's going to be pretty worth it if you do go that route, though. Admittedly. Whether it be during this event especially, or like even just normally, even. Sure, there's other things I can mention, but like that's some advice I kind of wanted to mention that I didn't get to mention earlier, at least, but like not much else is coming to mind right now for me personally. Oh yeah, getaway vehicle, by the way, doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter if you're doing it ideally. Like, me, I take a police vehicle on the racetrack and I just drive it off the racetrack. That's how I do it. I don't even use a getaway vehicle on mine. It's not worth it, in my opinion, to use a getaway vehicle. It's, in my experience, better just take a police vehicle than a getaway vehicle. Oh yeah, you can always take a helicopter, by the way. You can take the helicopter, like, kind of around here, there's a building that you have to like parkour a little bit or something. I think it might be this building. I forget. I think it is though. Where you can parkour and like there's a helicopter on top. If there's not one on top, you just drive it around. If for some reason there's not one on top, you might have to just drive around the block a little bit or something. And one should spawn eventually. Yeah, you can get a helicopter, which does save a lot of hassle in the finale. Okay, honestly, I feel I've kind of mentioned enough at this point for some advices, though, for sure. I think with everything I mentioned, you could definitely have a pretty nice run of the casino heist. At least for the most part. There might be other things I can mention, but I just can't think of them without, like, maybe taking much longer on the stream. Yeah, casino story missions, I should maybe mention more of those. I kind of thought you mentioned that already when I was talking about the master penthouse, so I guess I can do that now. That would be in missions, casino, I'm pretty sure, and then the hyphen followed by unique name of submission should be how it works. Yes, yes, yes. See if I can remember the order of these missions. If not, there's a way to do it for the career progression, I'm sure though. I'm sure though. I think Loose Chain is the first one, I'm pretty sure, yeah, because you rescue him, so it's the first one, 100%. But yeah, Torador worked pretty good when it was allowed in missions. I don't know if you can still use the Torador, but you could probably still use something like the Vigilante or something. That probably works mostly fine, but you don't have unlimited missiles with the Vigilante. You do not get unlimited missiles with the Vigilante like the Torador though, so you will probably have to get out at some point. Come towards the other broken one, come on. Yes, indeed. Torador had unlimited missiles, but I don't think you can really use in missions much anymore. If I remember, they blacklisted from like a lot of missions, not just like standard heist or whatever was recently pretty much. Didn't really use Torador much anymore in missions, but yeah. Yes, yeah. Probably still use something like the Vigilante though, and again, that's 30 missiles, not unlimited though, so you will probably have to get out eventually, like to kill some enemies, but as long as you use the Vigilante, which has voice class by the way as well, it's pretty good. Like, pretty good easy mission, I have to imagine. Housekeeping, I think, was the second one, where you, yeah, troublemakers and like the podium vehicle and stuff, the original podium vehicle, the frats or whatever. You have like melee combat in the casino, I think, for the first part, and then I think they have you take like a hostile drag. I think yeah, they have to take like a hostile drag, like a regular non-HSW, honestly, since it didn't exist back then, and like also obviously to be compatible with older platforms, even if it did. So yeah, the bike part does kind of suck since you do have to be on the motorcycle, maybe. You might actually be able to get in a car if you don't want to be on the motorcycle if you're worried about falling off, but like, honestly, I don't really think this mission's that good. I think there's definitely better ones out there for the casino and store missions, so. I wanna say Strong Arm Tactics might be the third one, I believe. Where it goes to like the vineyards or whatever, I think, and there's like the shootout there and stuff. I think it's that one for Strong Arm Tactics, and I think that would therefore be the third one. But yeah, that mission is a kind of tough gunfight and stuff, honestly. That one, I don't think is the greatest one to replay constantly. Same with Housekeeping. Play to Win, where you destroy the like oil and gas operations. This one's pretty easy to do on replays and stuff, so I think repeating this one constantly for money could be kind of a good idea. Casino Bad Beat. Yeah, it's like the fifth one, like the penultimate mission, I think, where, yeah, the shooters at the actual casino or whatever. Gunfight can be kind of tough on that one. That one honestly might be kind of a skip for constant replays if you're doing these for making money for any reason. And then Casino Cashing Out is the last one, which is a stealth mission, by the way, so if you did stealth entirely, it's pretty easy, so I do recommend doing this if you're good at stealth. And I think therefore makes it one of the best couple missions you could be replaying of the Casino stream. So I do like that mission, yes. Since it's a stealth mission, you can do it pretty easy if you're careful. Albeit it might be a little time consuming as well, which also does work good because you do get paid off the amount of time you spend on a mission as well, so it kind of is actually one of the best ones to be playing. So, as a reminder, I do like loose chain, I don't really like housekeeping. Strong arm tactics, I think, is another one not worth replaying too heavily. Play to win's good. Bad beat, I think it's not that good for replaying for money making. And cash out can be especially good since it's just stealth missions. If you play it right, then it goes pretty easy if you play it correctly. Yeah, I know there's the helicopter part where you have to like take out the helicopter, I think, but that's fine as well. That's fine as well. As long as you do it stealth, it's pretty fine. As long as you do it all stealth, it's pretty fine. Obviously though. So I say half the missions are pretty good to replay, you know, the other half not really. So if you're only purely playing them for making money, that's how I would go about it. And yeah, I forget if they increased pay on these missions for casino missions like they've done for other like newer sets of contact missions. So they might pay out more than they initially did if they gave it like a buff or something at some point, like the last year or two or something, where they started doing like the buffs on certain contact missions or something. But if it's old payout, maybe like 40, 50k for a mission, maybe like 40, 50k at most for a mission if it's like the old payouts. But if there is an increase of like 50% or something, maybe like 60, 70ish k or something, like 80 if lucky or something, I'm not sure. Like if you spend a lot of time, maybe 80k or something. So yeah, you're obviously not going to get anywhere near as much money as a Casino Heist Obsido, but yeah, that's what you should maybe look into for like money making if you care to do any of those. Just cause or something, and you don't just do it for the Paragon R, like Armored for your first time completion, all that kind of stuff. Basically, it was basically. If you're just playing it for the sake of replaying it for like grinding money or something for some reason, And then for casino work, I don't think they actually list the casino works, unfortunately, in the like recreation casino resort. Oh right, not there, not there. Stupid hernia must be make me do the wrong thing. Yeah, it's not really saying like what the different ones are. It seems. Like me, I have 3 different casino work missions apparently. Yeah. But it's not really telling me what the last one. I mean, it's not really telling what all of the types of missions are, unfortunately, which sucks. Which sucks. Yeah, casino work 2 times money RP, like possibly chips, but probably not since you never do anything with chips much really. So it's probably just basic chips. Yeah. It really depends what sets for like on. Honestly, I'm not sure if they'll do 2 times chips. They don't usually do like stuff with chips much, so they might not have done 2 times chips, unfortunately. But it might just be 2 times money RP for that reason. But still better to do it on 2 times, obviously, at all than anything for work, of course. Casino work. Yeah, I think a lot of the variations of casino work missions is pretty fun and easy, if I recall, but they can be kind of wildly different sometimes. I'm sure there's at least a couple variants that suck, but I can't really think on top of my head. I don't do the casino works too frequent to know the most. It's fine, especially if you want casino chips. It is a good way to get casino chips if you don't gamble in the game or anything, for sure. if you need more of those for like the casino store for any reason. So there is definitely at least one reason to do those over other things going on for sure, but yeah. It is free mode work as well, so you don't have to go to separate lobbies like the casino store missions and the casino heist, or the finale part of it, of course. But, so that's always nice too, but yeah. They don't pay the greatest though. I think at most you'll get like 50. I would probably take a guess without like probably putting the chips to cash that you get from the mission. That you have to do more manually at the actual casino, of course. But yes, yes, yes.
I'm gonna have to cancel my flight. Traffic was backed up for miles.
Fuck, that's hurting me, bro. Come on. It says double rewards, which could include chips. But again, I don't do much for casino chips. I wouldn't even be surprised if the casino chips are regular and like everything else is double for casino work though. So, but maybe there's double casino chips on the work for some reason. Not sure. And yeah, new listings again are still 2 times. By the way, since obviously I had to do the last mission because the last stream didn't end the greatest, unfortunately. So yeah, I think the last mission especially is pretty easy for new listings. I think the first 2 were definitely more annoying for sure. Especially the second mission is the hardest mission for sure, I would say. But yeah, first mission, if you do just melee, it goes pretty fine if you're patient and do just melee and stuff. So I do like the first and third missions, especially for new listeners, but the second mission is kind of the hardest one. Not saying I dislike it, obviously I don't dislike the mission, I'm just saying it's the hardest one is all. That's all. The new listing can be good for money making for sure. And with the bonus objectives, if you do the, if yes, you do the bonus objectives, you make some nice money. You made it like, what, like 80k or almost 70k maybe on his missions or something. I forget 2 times. It's pretty fine. And it seems since it's over here, you can also replay them after the first time too, which is nice. So it's not just like one time completion on those, it seems. Yeah, for that you probably have to have the hands-on car wash though. I had to get a stupid-ass political text message, like, bro, that I never asked for or anything, bro. Didn't sound to no million list or nothing, I just get them and shit, apparently.
I don't give a fuck. You keyed my car. Every time you get your fucking period,
But yes, though. Yes, indeed, though. But yeah, to do the new missions, you might need a hand-on car wash, at least, and maybe doing the favorite works and stuff. I'm not really sure if there's any requirements for those, or if you just get them anyways. But you'll probably have to at least own the car wash, I have to imagine, if there is a requirement at all for those. To even have them at like a minimum if you haven't bought the latest contents for some reason. Okay, and then might only be a couple more money things to go through, maybe. Alright, so community series, I guess I'll do here. It's the race series this time, so we'll play something for sure on it. One thing that's pretty much going to be new, it seems. And I went for the wrong one, right? Community Johns. Alright, so it looks like this one's a new one here. The left bracket, Aldo, products and crew, tag clamping there, right bracket. The like number hashtag all F2F train apparently. Which is apparently considered like a face-to-face kind of thing, apparently. Combined with a transform race, apparently, as well. Which sounds like it would maybe a little different than the average ones, so that's cool. That they feature for those face-to-faces. So. Alright, so I'll read the paragraph in here. Yeah, in this section. Race series. Race towards boosted payouts. Transform into a random vehicle at every checkpoint. Left bracket, auto, right bracket, hashtag F2F. Train. A face-to-face transform race that throws a speeding freight train into the mix. Latest creation from GVP and more in a chaotic installment of the community race series.
Who is this? No, I am not interested.
PS5, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, and PC Enhanced. So it is on the platforms that have HSW support, and that seems to pretty much be it. It's not on the older versions, so I'm not sure if they give you like a separate, like extra kind of thing to race on those, or like what though. Or maybe you only get like 6 things to do on it. I'm not sure if you're on legacy platforms, obviously, but still. So I'll play this new one for sure then, and then. Gee, 38% is that for the Rockstar version in particular, or is that like what the percent was before they featured it or something? I'm not really sure. Jeez. The standard non-contact. Okay, that's all for those. Also one lap at the fall, which I do like for sure. It's pretty much what I always do anyways. That's the map, it's pretty much just like straight across stuff again. That's kind of the usual thing, I guess, for a face-to-face. It's kind of usual looking like that. Probably. Lock the high traffic, not that it matters on stunt tracks, most likely, but yeah, it's locked there regardless. HSW mods enabled. Nice and exclusive cores, it seems here, so it makes sense it would have that. See if it actually gets used or not. I presume it probably would if it's having on there, but who knows. Alright, one level's off, custom vehicle's on, catch up forced off. Slipstream is on, but can be turned off. Starting grade order to fall and based on go on. Okay. Alright, so you get to choose a supercar, it looks like. Okay, so that might be where HSW comes into play then. So yeah, second two is available, Dusty, and TNT, probably all of them then. It's kind of a pure strafing, kinda, so maybe I should go to TNT, maybe. Try to TNT, I guess, screw it. So what kind of makes it look like? That's kind of what it makes it look like, I feel, for sure. So why not give the TNT a go then? Try it out, I guess. Probably haven't used that like so long anyways. And it's kind of least useful with HSW cars, quite frankly. Yeah, I don't know if I have Sal Trombone on any of the HSWs, because HSW, quite frankly, is pretty much generally pretty good. Yeah, so far, pretty straight on heavy here, perhaps not much turns. Yeah, that's kind of misleading, I feel. Forever. Alright, that's not too bad. Seeing as it is mostly top speed in those sections. Alright, into a rocket Voltic. Gee, is that the time for one lap? Damn. Yeah, man. I actually would like a longer one on one lap, though, I feel. Oh, sheesh. That wasn't good. Like, gee, or I could boost some rocket Voltic here. Okay. Oh, gee, what if I boosted it in there? That would be crazy. Oh, that's probably how the freight train comes into play, actually. That's probably how it includes the freight train, actually. Okay. I was like, how are they going to include that? You can't just place a freight train. Okay, Phantom Voyage up a teleport. Okay. Yeah, and it starts on the bridge here for the trains. That's probably how it includes the train. Even has like the track on there too. It's placed in a way where the track's actually like there, which is cool. Which is cool. This seems like an interesting take on it for sure. There's the ramp there actually. Okay, right. I should use the ramp, obviously. Wasn't worth it last time with the Voltic. I feel you don't want a vertical shooting, but yeah, Phantom Wedge felt like it would be kind of a hassle to do on that. But ramp buggy, I feel would definitely be a good canopy though. Wait, yo, we can actually go higher up too in the little section here. Okay, interesting. That's an interesting dynamic too as well. Yeah, Phantom Wedge to ramp buggy. Ram vehicles definitely going to be fun sections on those two. I'm sure. Maybe it's those motorcycles. Okay. The Hakachow. Wait, the regular Hakachow. Okay. I don't even own the Hakachow. I don't think. If it was the drag, obviously would own it, but not the regular Hakachow. I don't think I own that. Like, I know it looks a certain way with like Chameleon or something maybe on there. I'm not actually too sure what color that is on there, but I don't actually own this vehicle. I'm pretty sure I do not. Oh, I almost fell off. I with the wheel I was doing to try to take advantage of it. Just like physics. Rhino tank. Rhino tank was only recently allowed, I think, with the military class. Actually kind of being allowed for the land military class. But yeah, I think the land military class was allowed, I think, recently. I think it might have just been this update was allowed. Oh, 20 checkpoints. Okay, I should have looked carefully earlier, but yeah. I think only recently were the military class been allowed, like this update even for random transform, I think. Oh shit, here comes the train. That's not good. Oh shit. Fuck. That's kind of ironic given the tank's supposed to be the one that blow up other vehicles. For the Rhino in particular, actually has the feature blowing up vehicles when it runs its own. Tables got turned that time though. Yeah, it's definitely be interesting dynamic. Yeah, maybe that's why people dislike it. It's like a lot of area where you have to like avoid the train and stuff. Maybe that's why it's at 38%. I don't think it's fair to put this at 38% because of the interesting like gimmick like that though. Community be how they are, unfortunately. Community be how it be, unfortunately. Yeah, Rhino's the only tank I think that can blow up vehicles. Chernobog can actually also do that too, by the way. On the Chernobog, I think, and I think it's the only two vehicles that can blow up vehicles just by ramming into them. Besides perhaps like a train like that, but yeah. Armored box fill, interesting. It has a little ram on it, but it kind of sucks for ramming though. It has a little ram to it, yeah, which, yeah, is something at least, but it doesn't ram good like the Phantom Wedge, like the Phantom Buggy does, I don't think. Oh, I actually made it. Kind of wish I was doing that the whole time, quite frank. Oh shit, okay, that was not a good vehicle to deal with. I kind of had a feeling that I almost didn't even want to hit the ram on that one. I don't know. Maybe. VRA wheel. Curse boost up there, let's go. Oh shit. That shot pretty hard. Yeah, that actually worked well. That worked very well though. Doing that little bit in case I need to hit the train again. Could may have been better saved elsewhere though. And the Massacre actually owned one too, so I actually do get benefit out of the Massacre. And the Hakuchou, it didn't have a personalized play on it, so I definitely don't own the Hakuchou then. I don't own the regular Hakuchou then. Since we're come like on. I do not own the regular Hakuchou since, it didn't have a custom play on it, so yeah, I don't think I do, of course, like I was saying earlier though. Sakura did that beautifully. Did that beautifully with Sakura. I'm not surprised. Oh shit, speaking of Chernobog, yeah, the Chernobog as well, apparently. I want to maybe try this shit. Wait, no way, did it actually? Oh shit. That did not go good. I knew I shouldn't have tried. Ah, damn it. Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have tried it with the Chernobog, goddamn. I just wanted fun. See that long boy get up that fucking, like, white thing. It technically did, but of course it fell. Of course that long boy got on the white, but of course it fell off right away, damn it. Damn it. Pretty much knew something like that would happen. Goddamn, that was like that. Alright, back to the chosen supercar again, okay. For some reason they reuse it here. Would have liked some more unique vehicle choice, but okay. Oh shit! What was I doing? I feel like I almost kinda did that on purpose. Okay, I made it actually. Okay, I did it somewhat carefully and I did it. Alright, Vita Modern, I don't own that though. I only own the Classic for the go-karts. I only own the Classic on the go-karts too. That gets up there nicely though. Yeah, I could have had some boosts if I had the custom of this in the Hakuchou, of course, for the things before. Alright, back over to the Phantom Wedge again. Okay, I like Phantom Wedge. I like Phantom Wedge. But yes. This one is interesting with the ramp on it, of course, so I do like that this one appears again, I guess. Unlike the chosen supercar, which is kind of, it does appear again. If you choose HSW, you get HSW again. Okay, that one well. Like, Hakuchou again, or no? Yeah, just regular Hakuchou again, okay. It's in 2 sections, you would definitely get a nice boost from a custom, probably on that then. But I don't think it's necessary to, of course. I didn't do the ramp, but I like wheeling with the bikes, of course, so I probably just did it do it for that reason, of course. Of course, that's probably why I did not do the jump, so I could just wheelie with this thing. Back to the rocket voltic again, apparently. It's a boost one, so at least you could ram somebody with it, kinda, so like, that's cool. Alright, one more vehicle change and it's finished again, okay. What would the last one be? Just HSW again, I wonder? Oh shit, how did I do that, damn it? Man, how did I mess up? Fuck. Oh shit. Oh, fuck. Shit, yeah, no, we're staying on that shit. I don't know. Oh shit. Shit muffins though, shit. Up there, let's go. Hey, that went beautifully compared to the other time. I don't know how I fucked up so bad last time, but I did. Oh, it's the Massacre then. Okay, interesting. Custom Massacre has been pretty worth it then. Okay. For my High Life garage or whatever I have it themed for, whatever. Yeah, I think I have a High Life update garage, so I think I have it themed for that reason. For the only reason I even own a Massacre here, even. Alright, first place. Okay. I mean, obviously I'm first. I don't need it by myself, my bad. 24k-ish. Yeah, it was basically the 50% boosted payout, I think, for like 16 plus mins, because it used to be like 16k on it 2 times, I think, so like 24, 25k, like I would say before, and multiple times even. I think that's like a maximum for 8-10 minutes, whatever solo. But I would probably used to get like a max payout for sure, even without my mistakes, even. Even yes, about my mistake there, or whatever, you probably could for sure. Yes, so even without my mistake, you probably would for sure be able to get max payout pretty easily on that though. And yeah, for Rockstar Creed, I'll check for vaulted contents because open wheel races came back. No target assault, and then you don't really vault anything in the arena, so yeah, no target assault. No. Somehow, the original like special vehicle races from Constant Special Vehicle Circuit, whatever, are still in Blazer Aqua, Rocket Voltic Arena 2000. Still no deluxe though, like Stromberg Thruster one's returning, unfortunately though. But yeah, no seems to be vaulted, and probably on no, of course, since it was our last week, of course. Would it be nice if they returned the traditional Transform races again? No. But nope. Not this time at least. Not this time at least. No Cowbreaker races. I'm not surprised there, of course. It's the one opportunity I had recently to make it work well. They didn't take that, apparently. With the Panther statue, of course, coming back. I mean, they didn't do the Caprica races then, so I'm not surprised they return here or now. Basically, it was basically. So here's probably just open wheel races back then. It's not even all of them either. I think there's like a whole page of them, I think, and it's just like a select like 7 of them. Looks like the particular 7 you have this time is open wheel bridge, open wheel bridge for impact. Game. Internet. Open wheel and do course. Open wheel, it's a sign. Open wheel, keeping track. Open wheel, more haste, more speed. And finally, open wheel, road to ruin. Those are the 7 that are back this time. Again, I think there's more than just 7 of them, I'm pretty sure. So I think they only returned like enough for like featuring enough on like the lobby screen or something, where I think you need like 6 other options or something to choose. I mean, that's why I usually go with 7 or something. And that should be it. It's new for races for stuff that got brought back. Death matches, or death matches. There's like car crash full auto, and then also like themed like festive ones, which I assume none of that's going to be back, of course. Most likely. Yeah, car crash full auto is a no. I think that was like some mode they randomly came out with. Instead of doing go-kart races, did car crash full auto basically, and yeah, I think got vaulted, and that was like put in death matches. And that pretty much never comes back like Target Solid Avail for some reason. Yeah, I don't think there's anything new for. I don't think there's anything like brought back. I mean, more so for death matches, of course. Oh. Capture, Last Team Standing, Kid Hill. I don't think they do anything for those really. This one's pretty much just like fast themed ones, pretty much. Which none of those will probably be back, of course, since they saved them for that time. No Alien Survivals, didn't even bring that back, obviously, I'm sure. Like, with the Halloween events. Albeit kind of overshadowed now by, like, Ludendorff and the Cowbreaker ones. I can't get why they didn't bring them back, but still. Still. Okay, what the hell is going on here? Why are the thumbnails just not showing now? Like, fuck. God, bro. Really, I'm gonna check my stream then. It's ridiculous. Stream seems to be working fine though. What the fuck? Come on. God, bro. That's stupid. There we go. After I criticized it, now it wants to fucking work, of course. Oh, and yeah, for missions, they don't really vault missions. I think there were certain missions that only existed in like PlayStation for Xbox 360 days for some reason. But those might have been like deleted and like not like kept in the background or anything. From what I've heard anyways, so like certain missions this time gen might not even got brought into 8th gen, so therefore of course not for 9th gen either, since 9th gen is obviously based more on 8th gen and obviously 7th gen. Also I think cash for So basically nothing happens much for missions, no verses, and then it's just Sumo Remix, just the one permanent officer mode in the game basically at this point. I assume since the one that stays in is probably the most popular officer mode, so I assume that's why it's Tentus working like a pound, but yeah, I assume this one stays in, it's probably the most popular officer mode, I'm guessing. Usual, I feel, but whatever, I guess. And then parachuting doesn't really get anything vaulted, I'm pretty sure, so that's good, that's good, that's good. So it didn't seem like there was anything extra besides for just open wheel races coming back, it seems. And then somehow the OG special vehicle races of Blitz or Aqua to Rock Voltic Renewal 2000 are still in the game apparently, so that's something I guess. And yeah, it says the new listings, by the way, 2 times. By the way, I didn't mention yet, goes through to 26. I don't know if they said like through to 20th last time and all that, but like, I don't know, it might not be on 2 times after this week though. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually though, I would not be surprised if new listings is no longer on like 2 times after the event though. No. Alright, it actually does say you kind of need to meet Raph, and Mr. Faber. Doesn't actually say you need the, like, car wash, though. It doesn't seem you actually need that, apparently. You just need to be acquainted, so you might not even need hands-on car wash for those missions, actually. So that's good, that's good. Alright, the document forgery, okay. Alright. Alright, so there's no featured series. There's apparently no featured series this week, I see. I was wondering about that, actually. That might have been the same case last week. Maybe I just wasn't wondering last week or something. Because some new missions initially releasing or something. But, yeah. Obviously, there's open wheels series, so I think with those coming back, though, obviously, though. Yeah, over there. That's what's said on the news wire, it seems. Oh. But obviously, there's also the individual ones I showed off in the race menu earlier, of course. So I think it's pretty much discounts at this point, pretty much. There's property one, like vehicle ones, and vehicle ones still, of course. Okay, so I do want to... There's kind of technically another money opportunity, by the way, before I forget. This thing here... Now, it's not tied to each individual event. I think it's more of like a mechanic with the, like, business. But, yeah. There's basically one that's 2 times each week, and you can only do it, like, 1 time before you can't do it anymore for the rest of the event week. And this time, it is the black box file. So, if you only care to play it 1 time, then good. Good one to have priority on, since you can then replay Fun Art or Project Breakaway, which are arguably the 2 best ones to replay. So, kind of a good one to have it on, actually. Kind of. Now go over to the salvage yard next. So I can go over to the rotation there. Alright, 86,000 you're sending for the garment factory. Okay. The NS agency has popped up, but that's probably because like it's maxed out. Probably since I fell asleep or something on stream. When I was selling like a couple biker pieces earlier, because yeah. Of course, the game had a safe build. Apparently, somehow in a Zoom cocaine factory. So yeah, that put me to sleep basically. Okay, it keeps sticking me to that even. And before I go any further, I don't think I was any mention of weekly challenge. I just thought of that, but yeah. Complete the Diamond Casino Heist 2 times is your weekly challenge, which is obviously a really good weekly challenge. That's a huge thing going on with a general 2 times on the heist, I think for the first time in this game's history. Instead of having it just be diamonds, it's like kind of lazy 2 times way of doing it. That's not even truly 2 times for the heist, but yeah. It's like the money increase for the heist, essentially. Usually it's diamonds, but yeah, it's actually 2 times in general, which is huge, according to Squares. Which again, I don't feel they've ever done before. Could be wrong though. I wouldn't think I'm wrong, of course, since they usually use the diamonds as like a way to supplement it, and yeah. Always find it wrong if you have to do it more manually for the interaction menu when it came out after San Andreas Mercenaries for this update, Chop Shop. And what San Andreas Mercenaries had like more accessibility with doing COMC for the computers, I think anyways. Okay, then. Alright, so it looks like starting off for the standard range vehicle, there's Dinka Sugoi. Honestly, I don't think I'm going to use the GTA series thing anymore, by the way, for community posts. I just took officially to Rockstar, like, news wires now, so... Therefore, I'm not going to mention what robberies they're part of anymore, but yeah. The vehicle, initially released, I think, during the Ever, Diamond were Heist, might be Heist in particular. But yeah, it's a 4-door sports car. It's actually not that good of a sports car in both lap time top speed. Yeah, I think it does have some of the worst performance for lap time and top speed for its class. Unfortunately, it's not amazing for whatever robbery it's going to be in, I would say, unless it's like close to your salvage yard, I guess. If it's like McTony, it might be kind of a sucky one for that or something for performance, if it's that for some reason. But again, I don't think I want to do GT Series community posts anymore. Just stick to official Rockstar stuff since I'm now a year into GTA 6 with a second delay, and RDR2 only got delayed twice, so like, yeah, formatting is maybe in some ways that would be better, like maybe less time consuming would be better, of course. Yeah. But yeah, just sport car here, standard range vehicle here this time, whatever, mix. Whatever, yes, standard range, like sports car here. Max sell value, $245,000, and then salvage value of exactly $196,000. And onto the Galvanter Baller STD. This one might have debuted in Chop Shop, I forget. I think it did. It seemed like they didn't brought this thing here, so it might be one of the latest vehicles that can even show up on the thing there. So I don't even know if anything like past Chop Shop has ever shown up here. Probably not, I'm guessing, but yeah. Yes, yeah. Yeah, mid-range vehicle here. It's the mid-range vehicle this time around. It isn't a Monitech vehicle, actually. Though, ironically, this one does not have fluorescent glass or armor. Maybe it has fluorescent glass, just not armor for some reason. Yeah. If for some reason it does have fluorescent glass on it, actually would actually have it in the finale, isn't? I believe, since Monitech actually comes with the fluorescent glass without having to purchase it in the mod shop, so... Yeah. If for some reason there's fluorescent glass for it, then it should be active in the finale as well, which is cool. Which is cool. So you might get a little more survivability if it has fluorescent glass. Big might there. I believe you do. If it features it, of course. Yeah, mid-range SUV here. Max sell value here for $48,000, and then salvage value of $270,400. And last but not least, this one for sure does have fluorescent glass. It's an OG contract DLC vehicle for a Monitech as well, so I believe this one definitely for sure does have the fluorescent glass. 100%, 100% yes. BNS Jubilee from contract DLC, a Monitech vehicle there, top range vehicle for the event. For whatever robbery they're in, of course, royalties free. It's Rockstar themselves don't say, and I'm not necessarily going to want to use the GT Series videos community posts anymore. In a sense, just for that one little detail stuff that I use it for, even. But yeah, top range vehicle for this SUV here. I believe this SUV just like the Baller City. I think they're both SUVs for sure. Yeah, max sale value apparently for it is $383,000, and salvage value is $306,400. So cool. Yeah, I'm not going over robberies for those anymore. I think I've decided now. Since some of you are out to GTA 6, if it doesn't get delayed again, 2 delays like a year 2, I think it's kind of time to streamline things maybe a little bit every once in a while, or every little bit now towards release. Alright, so now it's discount time, basically, and there's a property one, kind of same one that's one on Plus already, by the way, so it's the same as that, it's just 30% instead of 50% if you're not Plus, basically, I think. And obviously, that's going to be arcades, for those that know, basically. So I think this one's personally closest to the casino. I think this one's also the most expensive one here, I want to say, on the 8-bit Vinewood. For $2,550,000, 30% off of that would be $1,771,000. How I have not been to my stuff, still do have the property and whatever, but yeah. 30% off of renovations as well, basically, so style, which is food cosmetic, mural, 30% off all those, which again, pure cosmetics, so it doesn't matter too much. Or all those should be 30% off. Doesn't matter too much though, just cosmetic though. Neon art should be 30% off, but again, just pure cosmetic though. Yeah, pure cosmetic though, so it doesn't really matter though. Too much on that though. But of course, better get them on a discount and not, obviously. That's obviously. Yeah, personal quarters allows you to spawn at the property, of course. Which if you do a lot of casino heists, it's probably going to be pretty worth spawning at the personal quarters of the arcade. Probably. So I'm definitely going to recommend personal quarters personally. There's one event at least. And in general, spawning at the arcade. You can get the Master Control Terminal there for the very original Master Control Terminal to manage a bunch of businesses at the same time. Yes, it did have the original Master Control Terminal, so you can manage like a bunch of businesses at like the same time or something, so it's always good for that if you want to spawn there for that, obviously. Since you can't exactly spawn at the Terabyte directly, you can spawn like the Garment Factory or something. Or like even the nightclub or something, wherever you want to store your Terabyte, obviously. For the newer Master Control Terminal. And then Heist sports screens are obviously pure cosmetic like everything but personal quarters so far. But better get it cheaper than not, obviously. That's obviously. So it's not too important, but yeah, might as well get it cheaper if you can. And then you have the 10-car garage. That obviously will be one of the most worthwhile like renovations on the actual website property, aside for the personal quarters. Obviously those would be the 2 huge ones to be getting for the renovations. Because more vehicle storage is always only a good thing, obviously. Alright, so now the bunny. Oh my god. I actually confused it too. Now the, oh my god, right, I have to go further down. The original one is all the way down, right. This memory's fucked because of my stupid hernia bit. Yeah, $24,526 from the community series thing. Finally banking it here. $22,755,544. It's like, okay, whatever. And, oh yeah, I did kind of want to mention other arcade renovations. They're not on the website, but they might be also 30% off. I'm not sure. Depends on like what they consider like upgrades, modifications, all that kind of stuff. Sometimes they might be on the other modification, like renovation things that you can do directly at the property, but not so sure. Not so sure. But yes. So. Again, I mentioned Master Control Terminal. That might be able to be 30% off for the arcade Master Control Terminal in particular, of course. So you can manage all your businesses pretty much in like one spot, or most of them anyways. So that's obviously pretty good. Pretty good. I think asides for Acid Lab, pretty much, but Acid Lab is pretty manageable from the phone anyways, it seems. And I don't think it's ever been added to the Master Control Terminal, of course, whatever. There's like a drone, like a nano drone you can get. You can be killed, I believe, while you use the nano drone, so you're not invincible, like, during it for the most part, like in other RC vehicles. Pretty balanced, actually, compared to the other ones, but yeah. That can be a little something. Of course, you have arcade cabinets that might be on discount. Those can maybe be good. I think you can get up to like $5,000 every 48 minutes, depending on like how you align your arcade and stuff. If you have like every machine full or something, I think you can kind of get like up to 5,000 like per 48 minutes. Not a lot, but it can help you get passive money by owning those arcade cabinets. I think that's how you increase that amount, basically. I believe so. So, even if it might take some time to get some benefit out of it, depending on like how much you play and stuff, I guess. Arcade cabinets could be good, maybe get some better passive income if it does in fact benefit that, which I think is how you do benefit the passive income, like getting it to be better, because by having a variety of arcade cabinets, like a good amount of them and everything. There's definitely stuff like that that's worth getting. Like, there's some hack stuff maybe for the casino heist you might be able to practice in the arcade that might be cheaper too, for all I know. The drill, you should probably just do Felicia job for the drill, honestly. The drill is pretty interesting and stuff, Felicia job, so you can pretty much just do that and get paid for it, so that one's kind of a rip-off. You have like the model of the casino, for example, and that one you could buy, and that might be a little worth it. There's a hacking one, that one's pretty good. Hacking is definitely a good one to be skilled at, so you can get through quicker on the heist and stuff, so having a hack tool is definitely good. At least for the fingerprint one, at least the fingerprint one is good to do. I'm not sure about the other one, depends on like what you play with, like randoms or something. There's kind of like another memory like hacking one that's like much worse, I think, so that could also maybe be good to practice in case you do for some reason have to do that one. But if you just get enough like key cards or something, you might not even have to do that one. But again, if you do like random people's heist for any reason, that's definitely a good one to be used to as well. So there's definitely some like stuff at the actual property that might be able to be on discount that might be good to get as well. Just go into some more stuff that might be on discount. Might not be, I'm not sure, since some of it you have to go to actual property to check on, which I'm not going to do. And there's something like 15 vehicle discounts or something, so it might be a good bit of those to go through, of course. Alright, stream's still going good, so good. So most likely I'm not thinking there would be an arena discount, but I'll check, obviously, just to be sure, of course. Yeah, I don't think there's anything for arena for sure. Definitely not. Definitely not. Okay, I don't seem to think there's anything for Benny's either from what I'm seeing here. So how about Latest? Maybe not this time, actually. Actually, it could be wrong though. It could be wrong though. Yeah, there's nothing for Elitist this time, it seems. So Legendary should have the first discount. Most likely there's definitely at least something there, surely. Surely. Usually it's at least something on the Legendary, I find. Okay, why is my analog moving all weirdly? What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, none of the newest featured stuff from like the last two updates there, it seems. Okay, cool. So far, not necessarily seen one yet. A two-door here. Alright, the classic Mamba, I think, was the first one here. I don't think any other one showed up before. Second ever Criminals DLC, so it is a non-on exclusive one, even though it's like 2015. Like, yeah, it's above Ill-Gotten Games 1 and 2, but yeah, it is actually on exclusive. Also, fun fact, it is a returning vehicle from the very first GTA game. I believe GTA 1 had the Mamba, I believe, so I think the 2D universe actually had the Mamba. It is a cool throwback vehicle from the 2D. It is, yes, a cool throwback vehicle from the 2D universe, which is definitely very cool. No lock on Jammer, okay, it seems. Yeah, 1,500 away from like 300k. It should be $298,500 then on the savings, surely, for 30% off, it seems. And yes. Before I go any further, every single discount is 30% off this week, basically, for the property and the vehicle discounts. Heavy rifle was kind of the only one that's not, like, 30% off alongside the baseball bat for the gun van, of course, and then, obviously the free penthouse, for example, is obviously more than 30%, but aside for those, pretty much all 30% off discounts, basically. So yeah, Mamba's 30% off, basically. $298,500 off, yes. So in case I don't mention again, every vehicle is a 30% off discount this week. So over the lap times, top speeds, and race tiers for roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet. Mamba is a sports classics, I'm pretty sure in particular. And that is apparently at the top of the H tier for a sports classics class, giving it a 25th place lap time as well as a 20th place top speed. There is exactly 50 sports classics in the game, by the way, so even on the newest platforms, it is just barely above average for the class, technically, for lap time and top speed. It would go to like 23rd and like 18th without HSW as well, which would technically be even more, like, barely, like, above average for the class. So this one you want to get for the retro nostalgicness, customization, personal preference kind of reasons, and anything I would say really. This one is not a performance-heavy sports classics. Not the most surprising, given again you have like old school cars at the top of sports classics. Like I think I kind of mentioned already because of the Premium race, of course. By the way, this vehicle also has delivery support also. Also, before I forget, this vehicle did actually get delivery support added on with the After Hours DLC. I don't think it had delivery support initially when it first came out in Executive Ever Criminal, since that wasn't really like the norm back then to have delivery support on each vehicle, but yeah. After Hours DLC eventually gave delivery support over to the Mamba, I'm pretty sure. So that was cool, that it got revived a little bit in 2018. Now if only they'd put like a lock-on chamber on it at some point, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. Maybe next update, maybe next update though. Even though it wouldn't be the most useful candidacy, I would like to maybe see it get a lock-on chamber though. Since they do put existing vehicles with lock-on chambers in addition to bringing some back, they have done that the last 2 times, I think, for agent sabotage and money burners, of course. And 4 doors, see if there's anything there this time. Albany Vista 4-door here actually has a discount for a 4-door sports car. Probably a sedan, like a sporty sedan or something. Should probably be more for a sedan, quite frankly, but yeah. $1,285,000 what update Heist. Okay, it might have a trade price then, I'm not too sure. Yeah, being yes part of the Casino Heist DLC. It may have a trade price tied to selecting it as a getaway vehicle for the Casino Heist, which, like I explained earlier, you don't have to use a getaway vehicle in the heist. All you have to do is steal it at like a minimum, and you have the option to use it in the finale, but you don't have to use it in the finale. So as long as you complete the finale as a host, and you have the vehicle selected, if it is a vehicle for the heist, and you complete that heist, it should be unlocked for its trade price. And if it does have a trade price, it's $1,285,000 to $899,500. A little bit away from $400,000. Like $385,500, like around $386,000. It looks like. Again, it does have a lock-on chamber option too as well, so that money you get off of there could instead be spent on like a lock-on chamber, which is nice. Which is nice. It might be the best sports car for 4-door for top speed, I believe. I think the Jugular might be the best 4-door sport car for lap time. This might be the best 4-door sport car top speed though. I wanna say, I'm not too sure though. Not too sure though. But yes. Yeah, apparently the V-Steer is an F tier, apparently for sports class, according to roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet, racing YouTuber for Grandpa Online. And it is 58th place for lap time, as well as 28th place for top speed, which again I think is the best for a 4-door sports car in the game. I do think for top speed, so it might be the best 4-door top speed like vehicle. And 4-door sport cars are obviously good for heists, since no one's really 4-door sport cars. So that could have an interesting niche for like heisting and stuff, depending like what you need it for. But again, I'm not 100% certain. It would take a lot of time to probably like figure that out. The spreadsheet's more listed for lap time and top speed, so I'm not gonna want to go the way to figure it out too much. But I think that's the case. I believe. But again, not 100% if it is. Now 58 times 2 would be 116, which technically is above average, just barely for the sports class, even with HSW into account. Minus 6 would be 52nd out of like 100, like 11. Yeah, I think no matter what it is, like above average for both metrics on top speed, and especially top speed is above average here, especially. But yeah, four-door sports car with a lock-on jammer, speed like four-door sports car, which is a useful niche for heisting, I guess. So it could be something interesting. But I don't know if that necessarily makes it the best kind of purchase. I think the Juggler would probably just generally be a better purchase if you're going for a four-door sport car, really do. Which I don't think would necessarily be on discount this time, but still. Yeah, no, it's not. No, it's not. Alright, and then after that, yeah, it's the Free Revolter, which again, I already kind of talked about this one in this stream, and I especially talked about it last week, obviously, when it was the first time it was on the free sale, basically. Or the black tier, whatever, of the reward program thing, like the VIP program thing they're doing right now, basically. Alright, do you have to think of Vindicator? You do actually have to, yes, to think of Vindicator on the discount. Now this vehicle is actually in story mode, actually, since it is Ill-Gotten Gains Update Part 2, which is actually the last update that vehicle is put into story mode. However, the thing is, the Curse Boost is actually online exclusive for this little feature down here. And that's because in story mode you have the special ability meter thing that already uses like the yellow feature, so I assume they couldn't really feature Curse Boost in story mode, so you can test out most of the vehicle in the game aside for the Curse Boost if you just go over to story mode if you want to try it out, but yeah. It's one of only 2 motorcycles in the game with the Curse Boost alongside the, the Electro, I think is the other one for the Heist DLC, which is actually on exclusive entirely on the Electro, actually. This one's at least partially in story mode, just without Curse Boost, unfortunately. So you can't get a 100% indicator of how good the vehicle is, unfortunately, for that reason, but yeah. yes, so motorcycles is extra classes, and therefore there's no letter tier on the spreadsheet from Roughly1322 Racing YouTuber. Currently 29th place as well as 17th place for laps and top speed. It is below average, admittedly though, on the top speed. Or no, not top speed, I mean the lap time. The lap time is below average. Since there's 56 motorcycles in the game currently, 29th is terrible for the lap time. And without HSW, it would actually go down to 55, which technically without the drag HSW, it's even still technically below average then in that case. Just barely. And yeah, 17th place for top speed, or 16th for HSW is, yeah, not necessarily the greatest. It's like several placements still out of top 10, so yeah. You really want it for the Curse Boost capability, one of only 2 motorcycles in the game that does the Curse Boost at all, besides for the Electro that's listed like next to it, basically. So it is unique for that, so I do think the uniqueness of it, I think, makes it worth purchasing for the 11k away from 200k, that's $189,000 off on that, I believe. But yeah, $189,000 off, yeah. I'd only get it for the Curse Boost personally. I think that's the only real reason to get it. Obviously, stats for that, there's customization, personal preference reasons, like I would usually mention. Obviously, though. Alright, and no open wheelers, I'll get opposite discounts for legendary. Warstock has some stuff, apparently. Alright, so you do have some couple casino heist options, it looks like, for discounts this time for the website here, of course. Starting off with the Rune Zaba, actually. This one is a getaway vehicle in the heist, so again, you have to select it as a getaway vehicle for the heist. You don't have to use it at all in the heist, thankfully, because this would pretty much be the slowest one of those getaway vehicles I believe in the game, or the casino heist. But yeah, 1.8 million exactly on a trade price, 1,260,000. Again, on a trade price. 30% off is a $540,000 discount, it looks like. 30% off does, yeah, look to be $540,000 off, $540,000 off, so nice savings on this one. Puts it more to like the 1.5 hour grind for this vehicle, including customizations I feel, and like a 2-hour grind, which is nice, which is nice. Albeit with Casino Heist double, you probably get just like one heist, to be honest, but yeah. Yes. Very good discount though, 100%, 100%. So I'll go over performance first, I guess, since it is kind of a joke of a vehicle for performance. And I'll be showing why, of course, in a bit, obviously. But yes, this is an off-road class, I believe officially though, The Ring Zabado, is at the bottom of the O tier for the off-road class. It's actually the worst vehicle for the raceable options. That aren't like the 16 non-raceable options for off-road, or 16 that you cannot even race with, apparently, for off-road. But bomb the OT, bomb, don't twist yes, bro, come on, yeah, bomb the O tier for off-road. Worst raceable vehicle of the game, by the way. It is 48th place, as well as 48th place for lap to be in top speed. So yeah, it is the worst option to use in an off-road race, so just don't use it for racing for off-road. It's more for the functionality of it, for the free mode use of it, than anything I would say, really. Because it does have burst glass, which is like 16 pistol rounds, 16 assault rifle rounds. Not always 16, but yeah. Like sniper rifle, for example, I think it takes less bullets to penetrate burst glass of a sniper rifle, I think. Also, you can instantly destroy those windows with the full metal jacket, like purple rounds I was showing on like the Mark II, like Marksman earlier, for example, etc. But yes. You do get a little bit of bullet protection from these windows, which is something really, really nice. It is also kind of quite armored. It does take like 16 rockets, I think, to blow it up, I think, if I remember right. Which is not the highest. I don't even think for like a traditional vehicle it's necessarily the highest compared to something like a Night Shark Insurgent or something. Also, this vehicle is pretty floaty. It does float when it hits, like, when a rocket hits it, it does tend to have like floatiness, like it stays in the air for long or something. It's pretty floaty, unfortunately. Which is definitely a huge weakness of it, though. So be careful when it hits a missile. Like when a missile hits it, it does tend to be floaty. So that's a weakness of it, unfortunately, like the con of it. Aside for like the sheer slow speed of it. But again, it is still pretty armored regardless, which that's at least good. So if you notice floaty, it's at least very armored, like pretty armored at least. But yeah, borders and glass. It is amphibious, by the way, as well. I think it's like the last huge thing about it, aside from maybe the back doors, pretty much. Yes, yes, yes. It is amphibious, so it can go on water, which is interesting. And then, yeah, also the back seats, you can also use, like, assault rifle, LMGs, and all that stuff in the, like, back seats of the Zaba. So you can get some interesting sidearm, like, drive-by usage of the Zaba, at least, which is cool, which is cool. So this has a lot of functionality, too, which is nice. That's one thing that goes for it. Tons of functionality, and especially the armor is the best part of it, probably. For solo usage. So solo usage is definitely the armor one, the best thing about it. It's an absolutely amazing vehicle on that one, for sure. After that is the Invade and Persuade tank. So Invade and Persuade tank, yeah, weaponized, remote controlled. I don't think this one has a trade price if I recall right. It's definitely not a getaway vehicle in the heist since, yeah, like when you use it in the interaction menu in free mode, it just teleports your character into there, so like, it's obviously not a getaway vehicle. I don't think it has a trade price to it for that reason, I don't think so. Everybody should have it, $2,275,000 to $1,592,500. Which is around, what, like 600K-ish? Like almost 700K, not quite 700K, but yeah. 17 away, like 6, like 83-ish, like whatever. 683 500 or like 1,000-ish around there or something. Whatever. So this vehicle it can be raced with, I believe. It's non-raceable, I do believe, for the military class it's in, I believe, as well. I don't think like military is a traditional raceable class, but it's at the bottom of the class apparently. No letter tier, no. There's no letter tier for it apparently, but yeah. 13th place for lap time and 13th place top speed is the worst military class, as you'd probably expect for a remote control and tink miniature vehicle here. I don't think anybody expected it to be wow or anything for performance. But yeah, in case anybody want to know, that's how it performs. But yeah, it's a remote control vehicle. If you're getting harassed by people in a free mode or something, you can always go in one of these. Albeit now, in this update, I think they made where you can EMP the like RC vehicles and kick the people out, so it is easier than ever to kick people out of RC vehicles, but yeah. It is kind of a safe vehicle to be in if you don't want to get killed or something, so that's something, I guess. If you can also glitch the interaction menu to work during the vehicle somehow, then you could also use it for like, I don't know if you could still do that all that effectively, but when it first came out, you kind of glitched the interaction menu so you could do like VIP work with it, which is pretty cool in cores, so. And then for weapons, there is actually different weapons you can have on this. You have the basic machine gun, you have like the plasma, like, machine gun kind of thing, which is pretty much the best weapon to use on it, I believe. I think you have like a rocket launcher and a flamethrower. I think those are your 4 weapons. I think those are the only 4 weapons I think it has. I believe so. Yeah, basic machine gun. It's similar to the best weapon for the plasma, like cannon thing, whatever. Yeah. I think the rate of fire is probably like slower on it or something, so like it's not as good as the plasma one you can upgrade to. With like the boot tracers and stuff. The only advantage of it, if it would be hard to spot at night for using basic gun on it, though. No. Alright, the flamethrower is a short range weapon on it. I think it's pretty unique. Only this in the Cerberus, I think, have a flamethrower. Cerberus has to have a flamethrower, though, by the way, so I think. So definitely do not go to flamethrower since the Cerberus has a flamethrower anyways. I think the Invade Persuade tank is not as good as the Cerberus for a flamethrower, since Cerberus is a longer range one, I think, on average. Anyways, for a vehicular flamethrower. Rocket launcher is probably the best one for blowing up vehicles, quite frankly. It's probably for sure going to be the best one for blowing up vehicles, like, no matter what way they're facing, but I think it takes like 2 or 3 of them to like blow up a vehicle anyways. I don't think it instant blows up like any vehicle, because that would be pretty overpowered if you can instant blow up any vehicle in an invaded pursuit tank and you can't even get killed in the tank unless the tank gets blown up first or disabled with EMP or something, of course. So. But yes. But it is admittedly for the RPG, like, whatever, like, best for blowing up vehicles, so it at least is one of the better 2 to be using, I would say, Yeah, flamethrower can also blow up vehicles, but it is short range, so you might blow up your own, like, invaded pursuit tank pretty easily as well, compared to what the RPG, like, rocket launcher has as a weapon option. And then yeah, a plasma cannon is basically just a basic stock machine gun, but it's better rate of fire or something. And bullets, yeah. Easier kill players with bullets, obviously, compared to, like, pretty much the worst RPG in the game, or like a small range, like flamethrower, they have to be, like, really close to the player board. I think just put a rocket to their feet and also damage your vehicle a little bit if they're being lazy and not thinking the greatest on how to, like, take it out or something. So it's an interesting vehicle. Personally, it is a pretty interesting vehicle. I would buy one of these personally just in case. But you can't even use any missions, so you can't even, like, really make money with the vehicle. On my decade reviewing guide, when I was making, like, money with it, I think it had glitched interaction menu, like I was kind of suggesting earlier, to even make money with it, so, like, yeah, you kind of can't really make money with this vehicle, so, like, it's more of a fun vehicle to mess around with than anything. So if you like that kind of vehicle, then it's definitely a good one. But don't expect to make any money out of the vehicle. And yeah, I think one of the glitch discounts actually has a sale right now. The Insurgent Pickup, I think, has a discount actually. Even though it doesn't show as such, since I have the festive one that I wasn't able to claim since I already owned the vehicle before I got the festive discount or whatever. Yeah, I couldn't claim it again. I already owned the vehicle actually before that even. But yeah. There is a buy it now price for this technically, because I think eventually they made where you could actually buy the heist vehicles without actually doing the heist, so I think there is a more expensive price to this. But on the quote-unquote trade price, since it was kind of just not even an actual trade price, they just introduced like buy it now prices to later on. Like the discounted price, basically, like for doing the heist or whatever, is $1,350,000. It looks like here. So I assume you're getting 30% off of that price, obviously, if you have actually done the, like, Humane Labs raid or whatever requirement there is, of course. Yeah, this one's an off-road class. Probably non-raceable, so it has a gun on it, I'm guessing, but yeah. Yes. True. For non-raceable, it is 12th place lifetime as well as 14th place top speed, but yeah. Not raceable anyways, doesn't really matter too much there, so I'll just talk about capabilities, so. There is the Insurgent Pickup Custom, so you can turn it into a custom version as long as you have, like, the MOC Avenger. Again, MOC has to have the vehicles, like, it has to have the vehicle customization thingy for the MOC. for that bay, which I don't recommend since you can just do personal vehicle storage and you can just use the Avenger or the Weaponized Mechanic for the Arena Workshop. So I'd recommend one of those two instead of like the MOC in particular, personally. But if you do that, I think you can spend like a couple $100,000 or something and like it upgrades it to Incision Pickup Custom, I think. But yeah, the basic Insurgent Pickup though, I assume it has like the same explosive resistance of the regular Insurgent, where it's like 6 to like 9 or something, I think, on the homing missiles, which is not the greatest. I think it's like single-digit explosive resistance on the Insurgent Pickup, which nowadays in the game, not the greatest. Not the greatest, though. But if you do customize it to the pickup custom, I think it does actually get much better armor, I think. Especially when you're inside the vehicle, I think it goes up to like 10s, even like maybe 20s and like low 30s. I could be wrong there, but yeah. I think in like newer years, like past like 2015, they actually like had newer armor systems where like there's an armor system where like if you're inside the vehicle for certain vehicles, it actually gives it more armor. So being like more of a universal armor type or whatever, where it's like in general, like it has X amount, like when you're inside certain vehicles actually have more armor, I think, in this game. For newer vehicles especially. So I think because of that, when you upgrade to a custom, it actually does increase the armor drastically if you're inside especially, which is good. Which is good. The armor's kind of weak on this compared to like newer vehicles for sure. And then, yeah, it has 9 seats. 9 seats is pretty good. A 9-seater like armored vehicle is pretty fine, honestly, still for 2025. But again, do put it to the custom version if you're doing that, quite frankly. And then, yeah, the pickup only has the machine gun, it only has the basic machine gun on the pickup, obviously. Which is a fine weapon. It does do more damage than the minigun, which I think is what you can also do on the pickup custom. But you have more damage, just less rate of fire. But then on the minigun, you get more rate of fire, but less damage. Which, yeah, if you're missing a lot of shots, it's better to get the minigun than the machine gun, anyways. I think for the pickup custom, which again, another reason that's just much better than the regular pickup. But yeah, getting the pickup at all is obviously your segue into getting the custom version. So obviously, a very good vehicle to buy. And also, this is a Pegasus vehicle, so there's no storage limit on Pegasus, so this has the advantage of not having to take a storage slot, unlike the custom. But again, custom's just so much better, and custom is very much worth a storage slot in one of your garages. 100%, yes it is. And yeah, I think that was the last discount for the Warstock website as well. So you know, it doesn't show like much of a discount. Like my listing, it is apparently on a discount. Apparently. For again 30% off, obviously. Which I don't want to predict what that would be, but still, for the actual price, but yeah. Yes. Might be 9 vehicle discounts for Severn, it's looking like. I don't even assume there's a boat discount here, actually, this time around. I think the last couple weeks had boats. That's broken but I do think the last couple events actually had a couple boat discounts, ironically. after like the first time in like a while, but I don't think this one has a boat discount though. Yeah, none of the class vehicle like things are boat this time, so yeah, no Docty's discount, just going to be stubborn at this point. And there's like 9 vehicles that the gunner still, so there's nothing good bit to still cover. You know, no bicycle discounts, top speed is already super cheap. Alright, so this event, you actually have an exclusive discount for the newer platforms, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced. Will get you the Impante Arbor GT apparently on a discount. Yes, the stock model, by the way, is an exclusive as well, not just HSW in this case as well, which is interesting, which is interesting. Going from $1,580,000 to $1,106,000 for $474,000, I believe, on the savings here for 30%. Cool. And again, it's debuted for the newer platforms, and it's only on those. It does have the HSW upgrades available as well. So you can make this really insanely good for the muscle car class if you are willing to do HSW upgrade. So I'll go over both the stock vehicle, which I don't usually do for HSW. I'll actually go over stock vehicles since it's obviously on a discount, and the HSW version. So the regular RGT. Regular RGT is apparently in the E tier. And apparently it gets 36th place lap time, as well as 48th place top speed. 36 for lap time is very much above average for the class for 88 muscle cars in the game, apparently. I was going to say it, I didn't want to like look like a fool if I messed it up. I was going to go off my memory, which I actually would be right there, apparently. But yeah, I didn't want to mess it up according to the score. So it's an E-tier muscle car, apparently, 36th place in lap time. Above average for the class, no matter how you sliced it, it seems. So, for the lap time, and then, yeah, 48 for top speed. -5 would be like 43, 86, or like 88, whatever. Yeah, 43, 88, but you'd have to also subtract those, like, 5 vehicles or whatever. So really there'd be like, what, like 83 vehicles in the game if you took away like 5 from 88, obviously. So yeah, I don't think it would actually be above average regardless of how you slice it for top speed though, so it's a fine-ish, I mean it's not fine-ish, more so, I mean it's above average at least for lap time, and yeah, top speed is, for the basic one, below average. However, if you put it HSW, that changes pretty drastically, of course. I mean, HSW how special works. It is actually the second worst lap time of the 5 HSWs, only being ahead of the Tampa GT that came out in this update for HSW, yes. Which, in general, is good enough for... Yeah, in general, it's good enough for A tier though, for RGT HSW though. Between the 5 HSW muscle cars, it's the 4th or 5th for lap time, which is second worst. Top speed is, I think, the worst though, yeah. Of the 5 HSWs, it is the worst top speed, apparently. Okay. And in general, it's actually 11th place for top speed. No, not top speed, but yeah. In general, it's 11th place for lap time. I mean, yeah, 5th place in general for top speed, aka HSW is still top 5 basically for newer platforms. Again, it's the worst one for HSW for top speed for HSW version. So 5th place of the 5 HSWs, and in general, it's 5th place as well. For the muscle car class, top speed. Lap time again, second worst one for HSW, just ahead of the Tampa GT, and all the other ones are above it for lap time. HSW for 5 HSWs. In general, for lap time, it's 11th place in general for lap time for muscle cars. Which makes 7 non-HSWs, which is 7 non-HSWs actually have a better lap time than RGTs, so that's quite a several bit of those. Regardless, it's very good, very, very good with HSW, obviously. But really, it's mostly just for top speed for HSW, I would say. And even that's the worst in top speed for HSW as well. So yeah, that was a 9th gen exclusive discount there. For the tuners update, there's actually a tuner subclass vehicle here with the Karen Sultan RS Classic. $1,341,070 on a trade price to $939,225. And the RBGT, yeah, does not have a trade price since it's platform exclusive, pretty much. But yeah, this one does, and it's tied to the reputation system of the game, basically. But yeah, 400. Looks like around $402-ish thousand for your savings on 30% off on the trade price on this. Obviously, it will be even more expensive stuff if you get on trade price. Yeah, Sultan RS Classic. Is either tied to rank 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75 for LS Carbon Reputation. 80 and 85 are booked for the Chrono Enterprise ones for the posted Kanjo SJ, whatever. And any further additions, I think, did not get trade prices for the tuner subclass from like other DLCs past that. But yes, but I could be wrong though. Could be wrong though, but I wouldn't think so per se. So yeah, it's one of those 15 ranks that I basically specified, like from 5 75, like every 5 from 5 onward. One of those 15 up to 75, whatever. But get the trade price for this for the tuner reputation system. But yes. This one is pretty good, by the way, for tuner races, for street pursuit races. I think it used to be number 1 until the Jester RR widebody came out, I believe. So it was number 1 for a lap time, I believe, until the Jester RR widebody came out. Now it's like, I think it's number 2 now, obviously, instead then. So it's still very good, obviously, there. And then I think this one also had the benefit of having really good top speed as well, in addition to lap time. Or like average top speed in addition to it. So like very good. Number 1 at the time, lap time, of course. But now again, it's number 2 for lap time, got different by the just our wide body, whatever. So I think the top speed is still probably pretty average, even if you account for the new Hardy that I think took the number 1 spot for top speed now for tuner subclass. So you could definitely use this in like any street race, pursuit race, and be pretty good to go, I would say, for the most part. Albeit the Jester RR wide body is better than it now for lap time, and then the Hardy is the best top speed, so just keep that in mind, obviously. But yeah, very much you could definitely use this for street pursuit races. I don't recall it does rear louvers on the back or anything that you can use for like robbery contracts to be more protected in like a robbery contract situation. Maybe not, I'm not 100%. regardless, robbery contracts don't get the newer vehicles like the Hardy and like the GSR wide bodies. I think it's the GSR RR, the regular GSR RR, that's basically best for robbery contracts for top speed and stuff, and kind of in general having the rear louvers at the back and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's more for street pursuit races and not the robbery contracts for this particular vehicle. 100% for the tuner stuff, for the tuners contents you can play basically. And then for the sports performance, I guess if you want it, even though it's not going to be good since it's a sports tuner, sport tuners don't perform good for the general class, pretty much. It's more for tuner subclass rather than the main sports class, but if you want that, it is. At the top of the E tier, apparently nowadays, for sports, and that's 30th place lap time, and 75th place top speed. Right away, it's below average for top speed. Lap time is in the 30s, like low to mid 20s are like the best, which isn't the worst, but like, yeah. Yes. It's also not anywhere near the best either, quite frankly though. And apparently, actually, the Jester RR wide body actually beats it for top speed as well, okay. So I think both of those are pretty much good lap time and also average top speed, so yeah, you could probably still use this one pretty effectively, I would say, for even top speed sections for sport, for street pursuit races, street pursuit races, yes, yeah, pretty good vehicle, pretty good vehicle. 100% very good vehicle. Very good vehicle for the street pursuit races, like, yes, very good street pursuit races. Tuner subclass vehicle, very good for all that. Another actually tuner subclass option here on discount is apparently the Volcar Warner HKR, apparently. How ironically, this one's actually the worst one, I think, pretty much in the game. Or it used to be, I think, until Crown Enterprise DLC pretty much had like the new worst ones, I think. Yeah. Yes. So this is a sedan right here. Sedan right away does not have HSW, so any performance I mentioned for sedan class would be for all platforms. Yeah, 945,000, 661,500 on a trade price again. It's again same way. Same way to get the trade price as the last vehicle I just covered, so I'm not going to mention that again. It was every 5 ranks from like rank 575, though, by the way, for the Ellis car meet reputation from like 575 again, whatever. Yeah, 200. 283,500, I think, is the savings, I think. 30%, I think. On trade price again. Yeah, on trade price only 945,000, 61,500. So very cheap on a trade price. Otherwise, it's overly expensive, more than it should be for non-trade price. And yeah, I don't think either the two tuner subclass here had like lock-on jammers, not the two particular ones on discount, at least according to some scores. Yeah, just the one you do not want to use at all for just street pursuit races. Probably not even robbery contracts. It's pretty much, like I said, one of the worst vehicles for the tuner subclass in the game. Unfortunately. If you are going to use a sedan, which ironically is the only 4-door option that you can even use for the robbery contracts, yes, I think the Hardy is 4 doors, and that could be wrong, but yeah. Again, I don't think you can even use the newer ones from what I hear in the robbery contracts, unfortunately, so it doesn't really matter there, but yeah. If you want to use a sedan, use the Tailgater S, I would say, not the Warner HKR. If yes, you want to use a tuner subclass sedan, you want to use the Tailgater S, not the Warner HKR, though. But yeah, the Warner HKR, though, is an E tier, apparently for the sedan class, which on all platforms it has 21st place lap time and 24th place top speed. Since there's no HSW, so it is below average action, both metrics even. Since there's only 41 sedans, 21st and 24th is actually below average for both metrics. So yeah, you definitely do not want to use this vehicle pretty much, I'd say. I'd only get if you want like a different class, basically, for like a tuner class vehicle. There's not that many tuner vehicles in the game, like a different class that's not sports class. Yeah, they've increased it lately with the Money Fronts update where there's a sports classics now, and I think even a third stand now for the tuner subclass, but yeah. Point still stands, there's way more sport cars than any other class, I think, for tuner subclass, so like, it's good for the variety, but not really anything else, unfortunately. And also, obviously, customization for preference reasons, and that's pretty much it, I would say, for this vehicle. Not a good one, unfortunately. Not a good one, unfortunately. After that, you have the Mybatsu number FF, apparently. From Los Dos Santos Summer Special, that one Summer 2020 update with no drip beats, since I think it was supposed to be the Cops and Crooks update. People said it was supposed to be a Cops and Crooks update, but like, yeah, Summer 2020 thing happened, and like, that didn't happen, I guess. Be $1,000,000 for 80,000, 966,000. That's $416,000 off, or no, $414,000 off. I believe. Yeah. That sounds more right to me for sure. Where it looks more correct, or both, even. And this is a sports car, pretty sure. Might even be one of the worst sport cars in the game, unfortunately. Or no, right, it's actually the regular pin number that's one of the worst ones for a sports class, but still, it's not that good regardless, I think, though. Yeah, apparently this one's in the F tier, apparently, for the sports class. And it's good enough for 48th place lap time, as well as 98th place top speed, so top speed is very much below average right away. 48th place at best, like 42nd out of like the 110-ish vehicles. That's for sure above average for lap time, but yeah. Regardless, 40s is not all that impressive for lap time, so this vehicle is very much just for customization and personal preference reasons or something. I wouldn't go for this vehicle too much personally if you don't care for the customization or something on it, basically. So yeah, it's not a performance vehicle, not a performance vehicle. Alright, and then going to a Damasceno Heist vehicle here with the Ballista Kanjo. I believe this one does have a trade price, I think, tied to the getaway vehicle thing that I mentioned earlier for the Zaba, for example. Same kind of trade price as the Zaba, I believe this should have. Where you just select as a getaway vehicle, complete said heist as a host, even if you don't use the getaway vehicle in actual heist. So on a, I believe trade price, it should be $445,000, $4,500. Which is what, like 30,500, 130,500. Yeah, 130,500, I believe. Savings here, I believe I'm 30% off. This one is actually a compacts, I believe, which is a pretty niche class, I believe. So that's interesting, at least. As I saw, I suddenly got a political text message. I didn't realize that. Again, I didn't ask for any political text message bullshit, but I get anyways, apparently. But yeah, $130,500 for trade price, I believe, for sure on this vehicle. 30%. Not overly expensive normally, but yeah, you don't save much here. Not surprisingly, it's very cheap. Again, I think it's pretty niche with compacts class. So it isn't a small class like compacts, which could make it interesting, I guess. Yeah, Dinka Blissa Kenjo is just single. Oh my god, another goddamn political text. What the fuck? And I actually see this one as I'm trying to do shit here. Bruh. Third one of the day. Like, in fucking, not even 2 hours, apparently, bruh. It's like one per fucking hour then. God. Okay, but yeah, $130,500. On trade price should be, pretty sure, but you boy, not overly expensive even without that, I imagine. You might as well just get the trade price if you can. Niche class of compacts class. It is the only single sold B tier option for the compacts class, which is 4th place in lap time as well as 3rd place top speed. So it's top 5 and top 3. That's pretty good. And compacts has 17 vehicles, 2 non-raceable, 15 that are actually raceable. So it's in the upper like 3rd of the class. So that's pretty good, and that's pretty good. Yeah, I think this one's a pretty good buy here. It's not S or A, but it's B tier, which is still pretty fine for something as niche as compacts. So yeah, I think Blissa Kenjo is a pretty good buy. I think it's a pretty good buy. So I think there's like 4 left, I think, still to cover. Cunning Stunts print with the only Vladdy Tropas Rally next year. 816,000 to $571,200. And actually, before I do that, let me check my stream one more time here, just in case. Getting bad vibes from text bullshit, of course. Alright, stream's still going fine. Good, we good. Fucking hernia, bro. That shit, bro. Come on. Fuck. God, stop being so disrespectful to the audience right now. You fuck, it's hurting you, bro. Fuck. Alright, 216,000. To like 44, 5-ish thousand, I think, off of this, I believe. Yeah, 244,000, like 800 or something, I think. And he was from the OG Cunning Stunts DLC. It is actually forced to have a livery when you first buy it, so you can't remove the livery until after you buy it. By the way, the Cunning Stunt vehicles, for the most part, Cunning Stunts, you have to buy a vehicle with a livery, and then you have to take out the livery after. Has either Hurler or Stronzo. Same price regardless, though. And this one I think is in a sports class, I believe the most popular class in the game. Going from like a niche class of compacts to sports now on discounts. See. And actually this one's right below the Jester Classic, Actually, this one's right below Jester Classic apparently for the lap time. It's in the I tier as well, obviously, for that reason. Yeah, Tropos Rally, 81st place in lap time as well as 64th place top speed, so it's basically a slightly worse Jester Classic in a way. Which, yeah, no matter what, it's below average for the lap time. Top speed. If you take away 6 of them, it's like 58th. Basically. Which, yeah, if you're taking away 6 vehicles, that's 111 on the sports cars, and yeah, that's not going to even matter. It's still below average for the top speed then. So you're not getting good performance on the Tropos Rally no matter what. It's more customization, personal preference reason to get this vehicle right here, of course. So Tropos Rally, not the greatest vehicle out there. Nowhere near the greatest vehicle out there. I think there's free discounts left here, I believe. Four door now. That looks like that was the last one. 2-door. The BF Surf Customs be next. I forget if this has a trade price or not. It might not, depending if it was incorporated into the story of the Drug Wars DLC, I believe. I kind of feel it has a trade price. I know the Journey 2 does, but I kind of think the Surf Custom does. I don't know. But yeah, 100. 32,000-ish. 132,000, 750 or something, I think. Seems to be like around where that should be for the savings on purpose off, it seems. But yeah, this one's in the Vans class, which is a niche class, like compacts, but yeah. I don't really see this one being the greatest. I believe the regular Surfer, what the hell? That's broken microphone. Get a rep. What the hell? Tongue twister, bro. What are we doing? Like, come on. Fuck. Yes. I think the regular Surfer, if I remember right, though. Regular Surfer can't even be customized, right? Just like Pegasus or something. I kind of forget, but what is it, like the fastest non-custom vehicle in the game or something? I forget. That might be what's considered like the fastest non-custom vehicle in the game or something, if I remember right. And every vehicle that's above it for performance from there is like custom or something. So like that doesn't bode well for the custom version of the Surfer then, if that's indeed correct, I would say. Probably makes it one of the lowest custom vehicles in the game, I'm guessing then. I could be wrong though. But yes. Yeah, Surfer Custom, yeah, apparently Surfer Custom for advanced class, by the way, is apparently at the top of the J tier, which gives it 21st place in lap time as well as 24th place top speed. There's a total of 29 vans, so that is below average for a class for both metrics, so I'd get it for just customization, personal preference reasons, or something like that. Basically. It's not a great vehicle, unfortunately. Not that people probably expect it to be, but yeah. So I think there's only like a pair of vehicles left. Alright, so you have the Sultan Classic up next, apparently for Diamond Casino Heist. This one, I'm pretty sure, definitely has a trade price of some kind. Tied to being a getaway vehicle, like selecting it as a getaway vehicle, you don't have to use this getaway vehicle, as I've said. Same trade price kind of as the Zaba, like I was saying earlier, of course. So this one's the 4-door version of the Sultan RS Classic that was out like around about 2 years before. I think it's based on the Sultan from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and so it's called the Sultan Classic, and it's based on the San Andreas Sultan from back in 3D universe, which is pretty cool. Which is pretty cool. So there's retro nostalgicness to be had, which I do like on this vehicle. And yeah, this one's a 4-door sports car, probably one of the better 4-door sports cars in the game. I would have to imagine. Alongside the Albany Beaster, for example, in terms of top speed, or like this one might be more of a lap time, maybe there's something maybe wrong now, but yeah. It isn't the most populous like sports class in the game, so yeah. Yeah. Sultan Classic's probably at the top of the D tier for the sports class, which apparently gives it 25th place for a lap time. And it gives it 78th place top speed. Okay, so yeah, it's garbage top speed, which no matter what will be below average for the class. So you can say that right away, basically. And then yeah, 25th place at best would be like 19th place about HSW, basically, which all 6 should be above it for lap time for sure. Yeah, indeed, it is the case. So like on the legacy platforms, it could technically be in the 10s for a lap time, which is not actually that bad. That would be where you want to be outside of like top 10, but yeah. I think it's more for the retro nostalgicness of being from San Andreas for the Sultan. It's based on the San Andreas Sultan, it seems. And then aside from retro nostalgicness from San Andreas being like the San Andreas Sultan, basically for Bob online, basically it's basically for customization, personal preference, and your usual reasons from there to get it. I would say. And I think there's just one more vehicle, probably, it looks like, and that is the Maxwell Vagrant, whatever. Maxwell Vagrant, sure. Ending with a banger here, I think. Did I actually go for the price difference on the Sultan? I forget. Yeah, I forget. Okay, I meant to. Maybe not, actually. I forgot to do that. My bad. 386,000. Like 550, I think, though, on the trade price again. Alright, now for the Vagrant, whatever. Yeah, Maxwell Vagrant, whatever. I do want to say this one definitely for sure has the trade price. I would have to imagine this one was definitely a getaway vehicle as well. So same case as Saba's, Sultan Classic, etc. that I've already covered in the stream. You just choose as a getaway vehicle during the getaway like setup being. You don't even have to use it in the actual finale. You can complete the finale however you want for the finale. Just complete it how you want. And yeah, then it should be unlocked for the trade price as long as you're obviously the host of that heist. But yeah, guys. So like 2-ish K away from like 500K, it looks like. Something. 498,000, like 150 off or something like that. I think. Yeah, 498,000, like 150 off. I think. And yeah, this one's off-road class, it's like the Zaba, but it's actually like one of the best vehicles for the class, unlike the Zaba, which is one of the worst of this class of off-road. And yeah, this one is in the middle of the A tier. It is, yes, in the middle of the A tier, apparently. That's Dr. Dretard. Dr. Dretard. No, I don't hate Dr. Dre, I just mean him. Wants me to go to Record 8 Studios, apparently. Fucking Dr. Dretard, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck Dr. Ass Dretard. Yeah, I'm just memeing his ass. I actually hate him. Opposite of that, if anything, really. Yeah, Maxwell Vagrant. Yes, Maxwell Vagrant. Whatever. Middle A tier. Off-road class. 4th place for lap time, and 3rd place top speed. So it's in like top 5, top 3 for lap time, top speed. Pretty good, pretty good. It's one of the best non-HSW vehicles that you can use for off-road class. In fact, it is actually the best non-HSW when it comes to top speed, and just one short of that in lap time behind the Drager. So yeah, it's pretty much the top couple options to use that's not HSW for off-road. Absolutely good. It's the best top speed on legacy platforms, by the way, for the off-road class, since obviously legacy platforms don't have HSW, then it's technically the best one for top speed then. So yes. Vagrant is a very good last vehicle discount for the event. Apparently. Jeez, sorry, my analog's looking all weird, so I'm going back to check again. Yeah, it should be last discount, I think, of the event. What the hell is going on with this stupid analog and stuff anymore? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I don't get what the fuck is going on anymore. Hell. Yeah, that was indeed it. It looks like for all the discounts. So cool. And off the Maxwell Vagrant, it's for sure a good final discount though, for sure. Oh, did I even go over like all the returning ones? I forget. By name, I forget. I think I meant to like mention those, but yeah, I forgot to mention them by name, I think. So hold on. That just reminded me. But after that new one that I was talking about earlier for the left bracket, auto, right bracket, the hashtag like F to F. Again, now the thumbnail showing left after left bracket, auto, right bracket. Hashtag F to F, train. There is a Cara. Rapid is Simo 2, whatever. Duck Dodge Drive. Ninjas Hot Ring Warp 1.0. 1.0. Again, fuck ass units. Ninjas Hot Ring Warp 1.0. Straight Lake Dunes or something like that. Whatever. Trophy X Truck X Crasher and Tumbling Dunes. Whatever. I think I forgot to mention all those, but yeah. Yes, yeah. So just stunt races, no regular races, stunts. Voice to be Ron, voice to be Ron. Then again, last discount was Maxwell Background Vagrant. Yes. Last discount was Maxwell Background Vagrant. No. To cover the discounts, of course, in the slide, it's like after that, since I messed up there, basically. Don't know what's going on my right analog right now or whatever, but okay. Weird. Okay, so I think that's it, basically, until the HSW time travel here to finish off, basically. As the stream is still 5, yes, the stream is still 5 hours again, since my fuck ass hernia ruining everything. Yes, my fuck ass hernia be ruining fucking everything. It's a 5-hour stream again. It's not 7 hours like the last one, but I was only because I had to do missions. Like, I was intending on doing all the missions, but of course, that did not quite work out, of course, though. Crime scene, I don't really care for crime scene, of course, so, of course not. Alright, there it is. Okay, I was wondering where it was, but I was like, it has to be coming up soon, surely. I have to recall the vehicle to fix that headlight now. Great. So I'm gonna check my notepad and like also look up how many weeks it's been since March 15, 2022 for like seeing how many weeks this should be going until. Since again, I think they changed the order one time where they pushed the hardest one ahead time for the snow or something one year, and that kind of messed up the like ordering and with like how I do the vehicles and stuff. Obviously, I did 8 weeks, so 8 time travels basically. So each vehicle should be hitting each time trial, I think, regardless, pretty much. Could be wrong though, but still. Cock starts fall for messing up though. Yeah, I even got another one right at noon for text. Are you for real, bro? For real though. That's basically one each hour now, like, bro. Alright, check my stream again, man. These fucking doomers or some shit texting me randomly. Okay, check my notepad. No, don't know. Alright, so 192 is what I should be going up to. Looks like for weeks of the 9th gen version being out on console, basically. Basically. Just gotta find my tab I'm looking for. My Safari. And I should be able to do it pretty soon from there. Do I somehow not have it? Okay. No, I see it now. I see it now. Okay. 192 weeks and 5 days, it looks like. Okay. Okay, I didn't even mean to tap history. Come on. Come on. Like, bruh. Annoying. After pressing it like 5 times, something.
I think you were so wise to pursue that path. It's totally good.
But yeah, so this should actually be the last week I'm using this. Apparently, I'll be on to another vehicle next week. Apparently, next week. For next event week, I'll be on a new vehicle. Which I've done quite a bit of them at this point, so like, I don't know, like... This will be the 24th vehicle complete as of this week, actually. Yeah, 192 weeks, 5 days, technically still within 192, so... I will be doing that, though. I will be doing this vehicle just one last time. Good. Figure ZX convertible is pretty fun to use. Obviously, not surprised since Figure ZX was pretty fun to use, but yeah. I only used it because I had to, kind of, I feel, since, yeah, I was lacking some vehicle options. So I've already used like a ton. And there's what, like 27 HSWs? I got the 2, like, with silk lines on them. Stuff those to do. And what, do I technically have the Fireball ASP that I could reattempt now that the part-time is actually work on a Fireball ASP? I don't necessarily want to do that yet, I feel. I might do a silk mine one if I can, if I take off a silk mine or something, if I even can. If not, then I might just have to use a drag, I guess, from there until next update or something. If I even touch it, of course. Like, if I even have much of an opportunity to do any. Really, I really don't. Yeah, point stands, I don't have like that many options to choose right now, so waiting for the next update to come out, of course, kinda. See what new HSW vehicles end up being. Not an old vehicle, again, an HSW upgrade will probably just be 2 new vehicles like they've been doing since like after Conan Enterprise DLC with the Sterling GT, and Sterling GT didn't get bought a ton, so I guess they don't do it on old vehicles anymore or something. Or that's kind of their excuse, and they just want to jack up the price on like vehicles. Easy with the HSW upgrade on like new vehicles or something. 4-star card sales, basically. Seriously, I would kill for a day 1 vehicle get HSW upgrade. Like, again or something. It's been so long, honestly, basically. Or it doesn't even have to be day 1, just like some old vehicle back in like story mode days, I feel. Or even like older DLC vehicles, like 2016 or something. Alright, minute 28 second part time. Okay. Build mission update would be a perfect time to like bring some old vehicles to life again or something, so it would be cool to see old school HSW vehicle, like old school 2013 vehicle or something get HSW upgrade, but knowing Cockstar, that's not gonna happen. Basically. It seems I should be able to do it fine if I take like this huge corner well and stuff. And yeah, it's the first time trial, so I pretty much knew that was going to happen. Easy. There's a couple of seconds left, which might have not been as good as it should have been, but like, probably could have got better, but might have gotten lucky as well for all I know. Alright, but there, I got $22,994,954, close to $23 million. If I got to some nightclub and stuff, like, Acid Lab, I might have been like, maybe like 24 million at least, for sure at this point, I'd have to imagine. If not like 25 million even, which would have been awesome, but yeah, I just didn't have the time or something. Because I fell asleep or something, because like, weirdness went on when I was selling the cocaine, like I was saying with like, saving failed and all that kind of shit. I don't know if it was internet related or like, Cockstar servers or something taking a shit or like, what. But yes, I'm going into pretty much end here, I think, though, finally. Yeah, I gotta figure out yet another vehicle to even do. As I'm pretty much running out of options finally now. That's why I was already doing the Vigero CX convertible, like another version of Vigero CX, but yeah. Yes. So yeah, not sure how the next one is gonna go, quite frankly, but yes. I mean, that is definitely finally gonna be it for this stream after I check, like, one more time, like, things be going fine with it and everything. Or whatever. Alright, yes, though. Yeah, that's definitely probably gonna be it for the stream, though, for sure, though. Next stream, we'll probably just yet again be another GTA Online stream. For next event week, of course. I really have to make myself do some casino heists for sure, since I really got like tons of money for this mansion. We don't know how much it's gonna cost yet, surely, but like it doesn't sound like it's gonna be cheap or anything. Not that it should be. It should be the most expensive property in the game, I feel, even past the yachts. But yeah, that would definitely finally be it for this stream. Hope you enjoyed.
Hello?